Good evening. Welcome to the Central Unified School Board meeting for June 28th, 2022. I call the meeting to order at 6:05. Attendance, all board members are in attendance. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Creel. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Chan. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nays? The ayes have it. Ms. Lopez, can you call item D?
Next item on the agenda is item D, comments from the public on closed session items.
Ms. Brooks, do we have anyone holding in the auditorium? No. Do we have any comments online?
Not at the moment. Would you like me to set 30 seconds?
Yes, please. I would like to remind the public that comments from the public are for closed session items only at this time.
"30 seconds have passed and we have no comments by phone at this time."
All righty, then. Thank you very much. I'll call the meeting to go into closed session. Thank you. Moving on to item G, the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Chan? Oh, strike that. Hold on a second. Item what? Oh, you got to report out.
Okay, if I can report on action from closed, the closed item E1, a vote by trustee, or motion by trustee Carrillo, second by trustee Brooks. Sorry about that, Anita. Trustee Carrillo, trustee Brooks, vote of 7-0 passed. On E2, motion by trustee Cervantes, and they both were trustee Cervantes, was the first motion. Second by trustee Mailing, 7-0. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry. Superintendent Davis, can you please repeat?
I just fixed it. It's trustee Cervantes for
Both
both
occasions. Thank you.
motions.
Thank you.
And then second on the first one by trustee Brooks and on the second by trustee Mailing.
Thank you. Now moving on to item G, the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Chan? I'm being informed that we're going to table item H, that there are no callers to give a presentation. Moving on to item I, Superintendent and Board Communication.
Thank you. First, I'd like to report that summer school is going well. Kinder Camp finishes this week. Monday is a holiday for programs, so happy 4th of July for all of our summer school students. And tonight, you do have an invitation, Board Trustees, for our summer graduation ceremony. It will take place on July 12th at 4 p.m. here in the PAC. We have a lot of people cheering on the students who are working to finish their requirements and graduate with the class of 2022. Before we move on the agenda and comments from the public, which is next, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the public of the importance of meeting decorum. The Central Unified Board values public participation and recognizes the importance of public input on issues that are affecting the community, the board, and the schools of Central Unified. Speakers that are wishing to speak this evening to items will be called upon during the item. Please direct your comments to the board and not to district staff or other audience members. Speakers shall not expect board members to answer questions during public comment. Questions raised may be referred to myself or my designee for review, study, and response, of course. And we ask that the speaker conducts oneself responsibly, civilly, courteously, and with due respect. Please respect the fact that the speaker's views and opinions may not be shared by all that are present this evening. In addition, we want to remind audience members to conduct themselves in the same manner that I just described. As we are an organization that's focused on educating children, we have some in attendance and some that are watching from home. We respectfully ask the audience to refrain from disrespectful expressions of agreement or disagreement when others are speaking. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the president of our board to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. The board may remove disruptive individuals and, if necessary, call a recess. Again, we are thankful for the interest of the public in items affecting Central Unified. We appreciate our community's civic engagement. And just to clarify a couple of steps in the process, the public comments regarding any item that's not on the board agenda will be allowed up next during public comments. That's the next section on the agenda. And then if you have public comments that are related to an agenda item in particular, that will be called when the item is up on the agenda. The public comments will be allocated for an hour, should that time be needed for any item. And we do maintain a minute 30 that we'll use when doing those. So thank you so much for taking an opportunity just to understand the process for this.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is item J, comments from the public.
Ms. Brooks, do we have anyone commenting on the general? No. Do we have any calls holding, sir?
We have no comments by phone at this time. Would you like me to set 30 seconds on the clock?
Yes, sir.
Thirty seconds have passed and we have no comments by phone at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, can I help you? Pertaining to what, sir? So you're going to speak to pertaining to the treatment of your son, correct? Sir, I've asked you a question. My question is, are you going to speak to the treatment of your son? Yes. Okay. Any diversion from that, I'm going to call you out of order and we'll go from there. Go ahead, sir. In other words, you just stated you're going to speak to the treatment of your son. Anything else, we're not going to hear, especially if it pertains to an item already agendized. Go ahead.
Ketty Davis, you allow people to bully students for telling the truth. Here's an excerpt from people who are currently running a committee. Sellers, Brad, Gina, Larry, and Monica Meza, and I just walked into Polk and ripped this poster off the window of the library. You know what happened to these people after they did this to my son's approved poster? Nothing. After this, they were promoted as spokespeople for the district. When my son, Malachi, tried to present his approved presentation meant to inform his peers, he got in trouble for being inappropriate, offensive, and disruptive. He was never allowed to share that presentation with his class. The district did nothing about this bullying that was done to my son. Recently, Malachi's little brother was bullied for speaking the truth about Polk and the pioneers, saying Polk was a racist slave owner and that the pioneers committed genocide against Native Americans. A student called him a liar and said if he didn't like it, then he should go to another school. Another student ripped a paper out of his friend's hand and tore it up and said that his brother's stupid and can't make change by himself. These incidents of bullying were allowed by you, Ketty. You took Malachi's project away from him and gave it to adults who bully children. He started something with this Gate Community Service project that he won according to his peers, and he was supposed to receive $1,000 for supplies to make
Thank you, sir.
80 posters.
You're through with your time.
You all have been complacent with bullying, every single one of you.
Are there any other calls holding?
We have no calls at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, can you call the next item?
The next item on the agenda is item K, consent agenda.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Paul
Second.
and a second by Ms. Carrillo. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Moving on to action items. The first item is L1, discuss and approve changing school names and mascots. President Solis.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks, can you please call the individuals in the auditorium first? Hold on a second. Sure. Ms. Davis?
Okay, I have been asked to provide the information from the committee chair and vice chair are unavailable at this time. The information you have in front of you and attached is the comprehensive set of information that the committee that was formed last year has received and/or studied in the process of their work. You will see the list of all of the meetings, the minutes from those meetings, any comments that were gathered during those meetings, during comments from the public, as well as during the engagement sessions, both the survey as well as any of the comments that were shared by public members who were participating in those meetings. The committee, by consensus at their last meeting, recommends the following, and that is that coming back to you as a board to take a look at a decision for Houghton Kearney Elementary, James K. Polk Elementary, and the image used in the Madison logo. The committee recognizes and submits to you that there are both pros for maintaining the name and information that supports that, and there are cons that suggest a name change would be appropriate, and it supports that as well. There are two additional recommendations that the committee reached consensus on that come to you as well. One is that the criteria that was used by the committee in their study and their research be considered by the board to be included in the board policy for naming of schools moving forward in the future when names are being selected. And then the third recommendation is that the board consider a 15-year moratorium on this work of evaluating, discussing, and determining potential renaming of schools. The attachments include all of the materials that they had, as I mentioned, as well as requested items that committee asked that be presented to you as well. So I will be happy to direct to any of the resources should questions come up after any comments are entertained.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Ms. Brooks, call your first speaker.
First speaker is Jeanette Johnson.
Board of Trustees, Superintendent Davis, and general public. I'm Jeanette Johnson, retired Assistant Superintendent Business with 48 years of service to school districts and working with school boards. I understand the financial impact the proposal you're considering, as well as the emotional impact it will have on thousands of people who proudly attended,
Could you hold on a second?
Played-
Ms. Davis, can you start the clock?
played sports, and graduated from these schools. I feel it's totally disrespectful to erase their history. Consider the waste of an enormous amount of money meant for students. A fine superintendent gave me his top priorities as I prepared the budget. They're as follows: closest to the students, safety, and cost savers. This proposal before you addresses none of these important priorities. When you approve the frivolous and unnecessary spending of funds, you take those dollars directly off the desks of the students for which they were intended and who you are committed to serve. Also, right out of the pockets of the teachers and employees who have direct contact and positive influence on the children. Because of inflation,
Excuse me, ma'am. You've
Yes.
used all your time. Thank you for your comments.
you haven't heard everything I want to say to you.
You can email me if you wish.
Pardon me?
You can send me an email.
I'll give
Thank
you this.
That's fine.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks, can you call your next speaker? if you want to do that, come on up. Ms. Davis, can you restart?
All right. Also, right out of the pockets of the teachers' employees who have direct contact and positive influence on the children. Because of inflation, valued employees are suffering with high costs of gasoline to come to and from work, as well as feeding their families. Where are your priorities? What is the highest and best use of the funds allocated to the education of the children? Is it to the students who have been deprived of their best education due to online teaching during the last 2 years of COVID? Is it to those who impact the students every day? Or are your priorities to satisfy the unfounded whims of a few discontent dissidents? You get to decide. Decide well. Careful consideration was given to the naming of these schools. A wealthy man who planted a beautiful flora from Fresno to Kerman, created and donated a park, which thousands of people enjoy. A man who served as President of the United States, the greatest country in the world. How do we even consider minimizing their outstanding contributions by disrespecting them and erasing their names? I respectfully petition this Board of Trustees, keep the status quo, I'm done, in the future, as new schools are built, carefully consider their names. Thank you.
Ma'am. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
Okay, I have Jeannie French, Linda Stein, and Carol Jensen.
I would like to thank the board for putting together the renaming committee. I appreciate the work the committee did in reaching out to the central community for our input regarding this delicate matter. As the results of the survey show, the majority of the participants that took the survey were in support of leaving all 7 school names as is and leaving the 2 mascots as is. There was also overwhelming support at the community-held meetings where members of Central's district spoke to keep the names of the schools and the mascot. Based on those results, I'm asking the board to respect the wishes of your constituents and leave the names of Polk Elementary, Houghton Kearney Elementary, and the Madison Warriors mascot unchanged. Thank you. Everyone who agrees with me, please stand.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
Linda Stein.
Good evening, board members. You will vote this evening on keeping or changing Houghton Kearney's name. Mr. Kearney, an immigrant to the United States, was a pioneer land developer that became one of the most powerful and prosperous agricultural leaders in the state of California. When he passed away, he left 5,200 acres of his land to the county of Fresno with the intent of developing an agricultural college. 4 generations of my family have attended and been part of Houghton Kearney community. I'm honored to have graduated from Houghton Kearney and ask you to keep his legacy alive. If you agree with me, please stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
Carol Jensen.
Thank you for hearing my thoughts, Board. These are a few facts I've considered. This committee has taken a year to do what? Why did this become an issue? Once it came to the board, it should have ended there. It should have been dealt with. The committee has argued as to who should or should not be there. Why was the person who started this committee on the committee? When did adults start taking demands from children? There was never a secret about slaves. Some of these schools are over 100 years old. Fourth graders learn about Spanish missions. They took Native children and adults and taught them a new religion, changed their dress, language, and even made them cut their hair. If this isn't slavery, I don't know what is. Evidently, this board no longer takes requests, only demands from offended people. As an offended old Central taxpayer, alumni, and ex-employee, I demand that no names be changed. And there is no compromise to be held here. I've been in the community all my life. I've spent 40 years as an aide here teaching our students. This breaks my heart that any of these schools would want to be changed. I know I only have 1 minute. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Brooks, could you call the next speaker?
Sonia Jensen.
Thank you, Board, for hearing me out. My name is Sonia Jensen. I have a son that attends Houghton Kearney, and he's 10 years old. As a mom, I believe that this is not right, what you guys are trying to do to change history. What has happened in the past has happened already, and to be honest with you, it isn't going to change anything. Our name should stay the same. Houghton Kearney should be the same. Madison should stay the same. I believe that as a mother, I would take my son out of that environment and get him to a place that he would be happy and grow and be fruitful for everybody else. I would never, never leave my son in an environment that is causing him to hate other people or other nationalities or races. I believe as a mother, we show them to grow, to be respectful, and never, never, never bully other people. I understand that maybe in this case, some people are getting bullied, but as a mom, you want to do everything and anything for your kids. Changing a name isn't going to do anything. I mean, if we go there, you got to change streets, you got to change all this other stuff. Polk Avenue, you're going to change that too? I mean, we can go and go on. This will continue to go on. But the well-being of our kids come first. Changing all these names of schools is just money wasted, where we can do other programs for our kids to help them understand history, because it's history. That's what it is.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next
Erica
speaker?
Woods.
Good evening. My name is Erica Wood. I am a lifelong resident of Central Unified. My husband and I have attended Central schools through kindergarten through 12th grade, as well as many other family members and friends. Our 3 sons are currently enrolled in Central schools and have been in attendance at Houghton Kearney since kindergarten. We feel that renaming schools and changing mascots is not an effective way to educate students on problems of the past. It is impossible to change what has happened in history. Renaming a school or changing a mascot does not do this. It simply erases a name and costs taxpayers an unsightly amount of money. Mr. Kearney founded the historic Fruitvale Estate, which he operated until his death. This estate was a business that provided jobs and opportunity to own land to hundreds of immigrants and their families from around the world as Fresno County was first developing in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Please remember that the constituents of this central community are the people that voted all of you in your positions to sit here in front of us tonight. According to the survey, the majority of the central constituents are in favor of leaving the names of all the schools and mascots as they are. In conclusion, I hope the board members will allow the elementary school names and mascots to remain the same so we can make the most of our district resources and taxpayer dollars to benefit the students of Central Unified. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
Antonio Gonzalez.
Greetings, my relatives. My name is Antonio Gonzalez, and I extend my hand in friendship. And I'm concerned about this and the need for name change. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I was in Vietnam in 1968 and 69. I don't know what some of you were doing, but I was fighting fascism and racism, and I continue to do so. And these name changes in California in particular have been going on a long time. All across the country, there are well over 2,000 school districts with negative, racist, derogatory Indian mascots. And we've been changing mascots from the National Football League, the National Baseball League, the American Indian Movement, and a collective of concerned people been making these changes. We're now changing Hastings School of Law, getting the name Hastings out of there. Bolt Hall is on the chopping board. We changed a school in San Jose, Peter Barnett, the first governor of California, he's out. Now it's a Loney School. I asked you to change the name of James Polk because we all know he's a racist person. Thank you. All my relations.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
Henry T., spelled Lucio. Sorry for the pronunciation.
Good evening. My name is Henry Lucio, and I went to Madison in kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. And I feel that they should not change the name because it's been forever that school mascot. And I feel that they shouldn't change it, that they should just keep it and leave it alone. Same with the other schools. I feel that they should just leave them alone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can you call the next speaker, Ms. Brooks?
Next name is Daniel, how's it pronounced? Daniel M. Rose.
Hello, my name is Daniel Rojo. I'm a Native American, and I don't believe that you guys should change any of these things. I have pride in my people, and by changing, what you guys have done is you honored us with the logos, the names, and everything else. Now all of a sudden you guys want to take everything away from us? I mean, you've taken everything else. You've taken our lands, you take our language, our culture, and now you want to wipe us all out completely from the history books? I think it's wrong. Everything that's there, Madison, the logos, it should all stay. I don't think it should be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
Shane Wood.
Good evening, I'm Shane Wood. I attended Houghton Kearney Elementary, and Houghton Kearney is a very close-knit family of a community. I think all the community members are asking you guys to leave it alone and do not change it. I think we're getting tied up with too many people's feelings, and history is history. Changing the school name is not going to change history. And I think if any one of you guys have ever been to any of the school functions, you would see the same community members always helping out. So I'd like to leave it Houghton Kearney Elementary, and I'm sorry if anybody's feelings get hurt.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
Aaron Schaefer.
Good evening. My name is Erin Schaefer, and I was a lifelong Central Unified student, attending Teague Elementary, a proud graduate of Houghton Kearney Elementary and of Central High School West Campus. My family represents 5 generations that have gone to Central schools. I would like to thank the district, the administration, the board, and the committee for their time and dedication to the potential name and logo changes presented to it before us. I am in opposition of the proposed name and logo changes. Changing school names and logos will not change the past or erase history. Please use this as a learning opportunity, discuss inclusivity, as we as a society have learned from the past and have become inclusive of all ethnic groups. The district and the committee sought the input of our community through surveys, community input meetings, public comment, and at the committee meetings. At the May 17th committee meeting, it was clear from the survey results presented that the overwhelming majority wants the names and the logo to remain as they are without any changes. Please do not let the voices of your students, alumni, and community members go unheard. I ask that the board take careful consideration as elected officials to please respect the majority and the wishes of your community and your constituents. Please use the naming guidelines for future school names and allow the current debated names and logo to remain as they are. As a proud Houghton Kearney alumni, please do not change my alma mater school name. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
John Garlart.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you for acknowledging me. I am a graduate of both Houghton Kearney Elementary and Central High School. As I look around, I see many faces from all creeds, ethnicities of our Houghton Kearney community, and even though it's been years, we acknowledge each other with a love and respect and fondness for our academic heritage and our roots. The name Houghton Kearney, we know it, it's a part of us. And it's a fitting name. It's true that when we pick a name for a school, we should honor individuals that bring people together and benefit the masses, and that's exactly what Kearney did. He was a leader who was seminal in the development of both Fresno County and the agricultural industry that is the economic lifeblood till this day of this county and district. And yes, when he came here, 10,000 acres in production. By the time of his death, 71,000 acres to other farmers sold at no interest in 20-acre plots. He acquired a great amount of wealth doing that. However, he donated the entirety of that wealth to the University of California system. In today's dollars, that would be a $27 million donation that funds the agricultural science departments, that funds the Cooperative Research Center, whose discoveries are the practices that become commonplace in our farms till this day. It's a very fitting name, which is why our predecessors chose that name to honor that man, and that's why we should keep that name till this day. Thank you for your time, and
Thank you, sir.
All those in agreement, could you please stand?
Ms. Brooks, can you call your next speaker?
Next speaker is Gabriel Suarez. Gabriel Suarez.
Can I ask a question before I speak?
We're not taking questions now. This is public comments. If you have a
So
comment,
when do I get a chance
go
to
ahead,
ask you a
proceed.
question?
I've answered the question. Are you going to proceed, sir?
Richard, your recommendation has nothing to do with the committee. A 15-year moratorium on change hurts everybody. It's terrible for children. Polk and the Pioneers used the idea of white supremacy to justify genocide, land theft, and slavery. Madison's mascot is a racist, stereotypical representation of Native Americans. You should change those, but you have no reason to stop there. The criteria for avoiding school names and mascots based on background is completely ignored in your suggestion. Roosevelt held racist beliefs. McKinley colonized people of color. Madison owned slaves. And you want to give a win to people who oppose change. They say it's erasing history. That's not true. It's ending the celebration of racists. They say it's destroying their tradition. It's a racist tradition. They say it'll cost too much. Cost should have nothing to do with ending the celebration of racists. They're bullying children to prevent change, and you want to give them a win. You should give students a win and have school names and mascots represent the student population and be ones that we can all celebrate. What makes the recommendation even worse is that you want to prohibit schools from being named after activists. That would eliminate Martin Luther King, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Cesar Chavez, and many other people that many of us look up to. Innovation is one of the district's guiding principles, but you want to prohibit the celebration of people who bring about positive change. You should do what's right and stop celebrating all the racist names and mascots in the district. And it's because of you and your unnecessary committee that children are being bullied, and it's just a power grab by you because all that you did had nothing to do with this. committee. So shame on you for allowing children to be bullied.
Thank you for your time. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next speaker?
Phoenix Suarez.
Can we ask that the speaker after the next also be in line so we can take these comments a little faster? I'm concerned with the time.
Going to a school named after Polk and the Pioneers makes me feel disgusted and unwelcome because they killed people like me to steal their land. Plus, they own slaves. People like this should not be celebrated. You people need to change the inappropriate names and mascots of schools that celebrate racist and racist ideas. This committee was wrong because people who bully my brother are on it, and they don't allow my dad to speak for what is right. It shouldn't have taken this long for you to know that Polk, Madison, McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, and the Pioneers were racist. The Native American mascot at Madison is also racist. I would be very disappointed if you did not change the name of Polk Elementary to someone that we can encourage us all like Maria Moreno. You have no reason to keep the names and mascots knowing that they are celebrating racists and make people like me feel discouraged. The survey was bad because Central Unified never taught us about these people and what they really did to people like me. You wouldn't tell a Jewish student that changing the name of Hitler's school was erasing history and ruining their tradition, or that it cost too much to remove the swastikas. Disgusting.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next we have Crystal. Then we're going to do Malachi Suarez after Crystal. And then Kenneth.
The first time that I ever spoke to this board about this item, I started with a quote. So I'm hoping that this is the last time that I have to speak on this item, and I'm going to start with a quote again. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air I rise. That's Maya Angelou, but I'm here to let you all know that no matter what happens, yes or no, we're not going away. We're not going to quit. This is just the beginning. You're just getting introduced to us. This effort is not going to stop. These names have to be changed. Progress is coming. It doesn't matter if you're going to try and stop it. Be part of the change, because like I said, we're not going anywhere and we're not going to stop. Secondly, I'd like to thank the community for all the support. There was a lot of people behind this effort. I know Malachi's the face of it, but there's been a lot of people that have put in a lot of work to try to make these changes happen. And I'd like to give a special thank you actually to my son Malachi. I think the board should recognize him as well for his efforts. But without him, we all know that we wouldn't be at this place talking about this right now. He's 11 years old. He's a brave little kid. I'm super proud of you, Malachi. You're my hero in community. Change the name.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker, Ms. Brooks.
Malachi is next.
I won my GATE community service project last year. I was supposed to have won $1,000, but I was denied that money. Teddy Davis never let me share my presentation with my class, even though it was to inform my peers. If you care about children, you wouldn't implement a 15-year moratorium on change. You wouldn't continue celebrating these terrible people who did bad things to people like me. Polk, Madison, McKinley, Roosevelt, and the Pioneers fit your criteria for being avoided. You say you care about children, but you want to give a win to people who bully children. Why? How is that helping someone like me? You made a committee instead of voting on my proposal a year ago. Now you want to keep 3 out of 5 racist names and 1 out of 2 racist mascots. And your proposal has nothing to do with the findings of the committee. My petition has 3,668 signatures. That's about 4 times more than the people who oppose change on your survey. The pioneers are the ones who stole land and committed genocide. My brother got a ribbon with a wagon on it. The school sign has a wagon on it, and there's a wagon on the wall when you walk into the school. The pioneers should not be celebrated, and our mascot should be changed to axolotls, and the name should be changed to Maria Moreno Elementary. You wouldn't allow me to tear down the pole picture at school, but you allowed adults to tear down my poster because the truth hurts too much. Representation matters! Yeah.
Kenneth Reuben, and then Gerald Bill.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ruben, and I'm a Central Unified parent, so thank you for letting me come up here and speak. I want to say I support the name change for James K. Polk. It is blatantly racist. And I heard folks talking about slavery that is history, like if it was something to be proud of. It was a very disgusting part of this nation's history that is still alive and well through the prison industrial complex, as well as white supremacy continues to permeate through the society of America through names that honor and celebrate racism, slave owners, and white supremacy, such as James K. Polk. We need to change that. Don't we teach our children to stand up to injustice? That is what is happening here. We see a young man of Native American and Mexican descent standing up to a name, standing up to an injustice of a name that has harmed people like him. If you look to your left, what is the dynamic there? All white, predominantly all white, all of age. You're here to serve our children who are currently attending the school. So, you know what I'm saying? We're still debating this. Think critically about this issue. This is not just something that could just be handled with a committee. No, look at this critically and listen to what this young man is saying. He is standing up to an injustice. My daughter goes to the school. I would want her to do the same thing. And if she was by herself as well. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brooks, can you call the next three speakers up to have them line up?
Your microphone?
Oh, Kenneth and Gerald Bill.
Good evening, Central Board Trustees, Central Unified staff, and Renaming Committee. My name is Kenneth Kronberg. I'm addressing you in opposition of changing any and all school names and mascots. I want to address the elephant in the room here. Mr. Suarez, his kids, his family have done nothing but yell and scream, call all of us white supremacists, Nazis. This is considered hate speech and is a felony under state and federal penal code. Section 422.6 PC, 422.7, and 422.75. These crimes are punishable, are considered hate crimes and felonies, and with him and his kids are eligible for enhancement under the state and federal laws. Also, PC 104, disturbing a public meeting, he can be sentenced to up to 3 years in prison, including adults and juveniles. You cannot bring hate on school grounds, on premises, and discuss race here. My time's up. Thank you. I just want you to do the right thing.
Did Gerald Bill come speak? After that, we have Reza.
My name's Gerald Bill, resident of Fresno, 52 years, taught at Fresno City College 38 years, and I'm here to speak in favor of changing the name of Polk School. And this is not about erasing history, as some have claimed. History needs to be taught. It needs to be taught accurately. I have friends in Germany and have spent time there. Every school child in Germany knows about Hitler. They haven't named any schools after Hitler. This is about who we choose to honor, not who we choose to teach about. Of course, children should be taught about James K. Polk and the others, but that doesn't mean we should honor them. When deciding who we should honor, we should look at the sort of the totality of the life's work of the person that's being considered. And if you check what Polk is known for, he's known for two things, really. The war against Mexico that took 55% of Mexican lands away, and he's known for the westward expansion and Manifest Destiny. Manifest Destiny was an idea he popularized in 1845 and onward. Is about white supremacy, pure and simple. It's the belief that white people are superior to all other peoples and therefore have the right to take over their land. White culture is superior to all other cultures, and therefore the white people have the right to take land away, impose their culture on everybody else because they think that what they're doing is somehow better. They even believe that what they were doing was a favor to the Native American peoples of this land by taking their land away from them.
Thank you, sir.
How ridiculous. Thank you.
And after you, the last person is Roman.
All right, good evening, board. I can't believe that we ever have to have this conversation a year later. A room that's been filled by person after person crying about a past, clinging to a past, where most of us in this room would have not had the ability to have rights or dignity. Clinging to a false sense of history and a fear of shattering their fragile sense of identity. A year later, a dog and a pony show of a subcommittee, a poorly written survey with no way to track where people are when they fill it out. A year later, and we're still forced to listen to the cries of people unwilling to be honest about history, crying about erasing a history. We're not trying to erase a history, just we don't want to glorify the wrong and the bad of our past. People who say, keep it because it's been forever, what does that even mean? Or history is history, what does that even mean? Yes, teach it, but we don't have to honor those who didn't deserve to be honored. There are no German schools named after Hitler, and they still learn about him. But I'm here today to watch each and every one of you stand on the right side of history. Either you'll be forgotten alongside the George Wallaces of history, or you'll stand against hatred, racism, and bigotry. Show us that you care more about lighting our path forward than you do about celebrating a dark past. Thank you.
Thank you, Monahu. My name is Roman Raintree. It's an honor to be here in front of all of you. Thank you. I want to urge you to rename Polk Elementary. It's just that simple. I don't hear too many people really talking about the students. I was a student product of Fresno County. I remember what it was like to be told by the janitor and my teachers to go to the girls' room because my hair was too long. I remember what that was like. And History Matters, because that was part of Manifest Destiny, perpetuated by James K. Polk. Money shouldn't be an issue because there's a lot of casino trades willing to support this. I just don't understand why we were here, because if somebody was making fun of your son's turban or the way he was dressed, or Oshun's belly beads, or a student's Huichol dress, will we really be here? Something that hits closer to your heart? I mean, that happened decades ago to me, but I still remember that. It took to the 10th grade for me to even grow out my hair again, to have the courage to do that. I don't think you guys really think about the students, that they're the ones who have to wear it with pride, the effects that it has on them. I didn't even go to that school. I went to John Muir Elementary. It had nothing to even do with that, but it's just the culture and the climate, the lack of education, lack of sensitivity. And then furthermore, it's Manifest Destiny because I come from a tribe that's non-federally recognized. That means the federal government doesn't even want to honor our treaties and still tells me I'm not even Native American. That's why history matters, and that's why names matter, especially in our culture. Names have power.
Thank you, sir. You've exceeded your time. We still have approximately, it looks like 20 minutes or so. Do we have calls holding?
Yes, we do.
Can you please take those calls?
Our first call is by Central grandparent Jimmy Grant. Hi, Jimmy. You're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear and we don't get any feedback. Again, you have a minute 30 and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. My name is Jim Grant, and I was quoting I'd like to quote Malachi Clark. He said that I believe in freedom, justice, equality, and community. These are some of the main principles of America and the school district. I believe that community is when we try to do what is best for the rest of the people. I'm asking you to rename Polk Elementary because Polk was against these principles. Polk believed that one group of people were superior to everyone else. That is called manifest destiny. It's the idea that non-European Americans are inferior and do not really belong here. Many people like me were killed because of this belief. 85% of our student body right now would be considered inferior. Polk owned slaves and was against ending slavery in the White House. This goes against the American idea that all people are created equal. Some might say that slavery was acceptable back in the day, that we should not judge people based on the principles of someone today. But would you say that to a slave? Malachi continues, we can accomplish great things when we see people like ourselves being honored and celebrated. That's why Central Unified should name more schools after people of color. I recommend that you rename my school.
Thank you, sir. You've used up your time. Can we go on to the next speaker?
Our next caller is community member Jesse Suarez. Hello, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear and we don't get any feedback. Again, you have a minute 30 and your time starts now.
Hi. This is Jesse Suarez. I'm the grandmother of Malachi, who started this name change process. He worked very hard for this school project. I express my support for the name change because what the name represents. Any mascot or name that is disrespectful, disrespects people of color or Native Americans need to be changed. Our children deserve better role models as school names. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you put the next speaker on?
Our next caller is community member Josefa Vega. Hello there, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear and we won't get any feedback. Again, a minute 30 and your time starts now.
Hi there. I am once again asking the board to prioritize student health and well-being. Ways in which they can do this is by first supporting the campaign and student-led work to rename and address Roosevelt, Madison, McKinley, Polk, and that includes the pioneer mascot as well as the Native American caricature that's been utilized in the district. Additionally, it also means not providing more funding to police, but rather the care and wellness of their students, as well as increased education surrounding these harmful names. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next caller is parent Dominic Martinez. Hi there, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we don't get any feedback and we can hear you loud and clear. Again, a minute 30 and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Dominic Martinez. I'm a parent of students in the Central Unified School District, and I was just calling to support the name change. I think this moment is one where we can teach our students and children to be proud of being able to be strong enough to admit past wrongs and being able to make change. For everyone to be open-minded and stop idolizing those whose views have harmed so many. And I feel that our honor would be better placed on those who have proven to be an advocate of and fight for equal human rights and justice for all. And I just really wanted to call in and support and express my view on that matter.
Thank you, sir. Could you put the next speaker on?
Our next caller is community member Pau Lore. Hello, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we don't get any feedback and we can hear you loud and clear. Again, a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Good evening. My name is Pahua, and I'm a community member. I also have family members, nieces and nephews that attend Central Unified. Today I'm speaking before the board in hopes that you will consider renaming Polk Elementary. I am very proud of Malachi Soares, and I've spoken in front of the board before. My children, I have 4, are still playing video games and Roblox, and the fact that this young man took it upon himself to undertake this school project and then turn it into basically a vision of change for future students should be applauded. Malachi has gone to great lengths to research why the school should be changed. And unfortunately, I am out in the community right now, but I felt it was extremely important to chime in and address this important issue. Again, if money is an issue, we need to think about the future of our students. We need to think about the significance of this change. It's been too long that I have felt hopeless and sadness and fear. And what brings and fills me up with so much hope is young people like Malachi who are taking on something that this brave. The elementary school should be changed because Polk is known to be a slave owner. Malachi, again, has gone to great
Thank you, ma'am.
liberty
You've
and
used up
lengths.
all your time. Could you please call the next speaker?
Our next caller is community member Caleb Duarte. Hello, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we don't get any feedback and we can hear you loud and clear. Again, a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. My name is Caleb Duarte. I'm a professor at Fresno City College, tenured professor of sculpture. And I'm here to express my concerns of Polk Elementary. I am in support of the name change. I have a child who is 8 years old that also attends Central Unified Fresno Schools. And I teach sculpture. I teach visual language and history, right, through art. And so I really do support the name change as it is an opportunity to turn the page on the violent histories that we confront. I don't know how to tell my child that Polk was actually trying to create a civilization that excluded him and a lot of his students with him based on their ideologies. And so I really hope that you guys can really take into consideration this beautiful opportunity to contribute to the experiment with what is America, right, the United States, and to try to really work together to confront our violent past and to move forward for all students. I'm calling from New York. I wish I was there. I'm out here in an artist conference and a book signing. And I really wish I was there to show my support, but I'm trying to do it through a phone call. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Could you put on the next speaker?
Our next caller is parent and former student Hashid Kasama. Hello there, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comment. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear and we don't get any feedback. Again, a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Hashid Kasama, and I'm a parent, a father, and also a product of Central Unified School District. I attended Teague Elementary School in Highway City throughout K through 6, El Capitan Middle School for 7th and 8th grade, and even Central High School West Campus during my freshman year. I still have nephews that attend Glacier Point and relatives in other schools in the district. How would you feel about keeping a school named after Hitler Elementary? That's exactly what you're doing by not changing the name of Polk, Madison, and McKinley. I am deeply concerned about the committee and some on the board acting as gatekeepers, not being transparent about this meeting. Bullying is a serious issue, and keeping the name of a school after a racist slave owner is very problematic for several reasons. What kind of message are we sending to our children when we are not acknowledging and acting on their demands? Other people have brought up the issue of testing and reading, math, and arithmetic scores, and students need schools that reflect positive figures named after their respective cultures to boost their self-esteem and self-worth so that they can feel empowered to achieve those results. The dignified thing to do is to listen to the majority of your community members who are taxpayers and change the name of the schools. Anyone who opposes the name change stands with apartheid. The district is majority people of color, up to at least 85%. Board members can be recalled for not complying with the demands of the majority of the community, and we will not hesitate to kick off our campaigns to do so. We have no problem calling upon the media and holding a press conference like we have already done in the past to shed more publicity on this issue, and you can hold us to our word, as we will not back down. We will continue to do so to expose the incompetence of folks on this board that support the legacy of slavery and genocide if they choose to continue to
Thank you,
glorify
sir.
the names of
You've
mass
used up
murder.
all your time. Could you please put the next speaker on?
Our next caller is Dorothy Cabrera, grandparent. Hello, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we can hear you and we don't get any feedback. Again, a minute 30, and your time starts now. Can you hear us, Dorothy? Shall we move on to the next caller?
Yes. Go ahead and move on now.
Our next caller is Rafael Avida, educator. Hello, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we don't get any feedback and we can hear you loud and clear. Again, a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Rafael, and I am an educator, and I teach a class every Tuesday. I just got through teaching this class with students throughout the country online, and they've gotten to know Polk Elementary real well. And it's a shame because they couldn't distinguish between Fresno Unified School District, Madera, and and Central, and they definitely know now that Polk, that Central stands alone. Hashid, who just spoke a little while ago, I had it right. Anybody who stands with this, and I feel embarrassed and shamed for the parents, teachers, and anybody who stands against this name change, because it shows where their heart is. It shows where their mind is in this world of post-Trump or Trump, where all their facts don't exist, science doesn't exist. Well, psychological damage to a child does exist, and what Malachi is doing is definitely a positive step for children, and I hope he succeeds. But the board, if you do not side with Malachi, you're going to let a lot of people down. And they're watching this across the country, and it's sad Central Unified is becoming a joke. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Can you put the next speaker on?
Our next caller is member of the public, Dana Medina. Hello, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we can hear you and we don't get any feedback. Again, a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Dana Medina. I'm a resident of Central Unified School District. I'm calling in support of the name change for various schools within Central Unified. As a community member, I did answer and address, or I did participate in the survey of the name change. And though I may have missed it, I'd like to know if you guys have taken into consideration the results of the survey. And I must say that the survey was pretty tricky in the way questions were asked, and was really user not friendly at all. So I'd like to know if the results have been discussed or published or brought part of the conversation. Also, I'd like to add that a 15-year moratorium on future school naming and mascot changes is an unnecessary roadblock for progress. Progress has started by a fourth grade student, which was 2 years ago. Your teacher and your school district gave him a community service project. He adhered to it. He has fought through it for 2 years. 15 years is too long to wait. He needs his project answered and results be given to the community. So again, I'm in support of the district change of controversial names and mascots, which is Polk, Madison, Roosevelt, McKinley, the Native American mascot of Madison Elementary, and the Pioneer mascot of Polk Elementary. Again, do not impose an unnecessary 15-year moratorium on change, and I ask the district to take steps to make
Thank you, ma'am.
meetings
You've
accessible
used up
to
your
the
time.
public by ensuring.
Could you please put the next caller on?
Our next caller is Eduardo de Leon, Fresno community member. Hello, you're on with the board. You have a minute 30 to make your comments. Please make sure to turn down your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear and we don't get any feedback. Again, a minute 30, and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Eduardo de Leon, and I am staff at Fresno Unified School District, where I'm an educator, and also I study history. So, you know, it doesn't take a historian to Google Polk Elementary or just Polk, the president of owning slaves, and also being responsible for Manifest Destiny and the westward expansion of brutal exploitation of indigenous people and their land of the United States. So think about when you're honoring people on your school. I want you to also think about the children and who they're representing when they're representing their school. You want someone who has actually done positive things in history to be spoken of when they're mentioning their school. So I would say just listen to the majority of the people here in the audience and the callers. The majority of people know their history and know what's happened. So just change the name. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you put the next speaker on?
Our next caller is Dorothy Cabrera, grandparent. Hello there. You have a minute 30 to make your comment to the board. Make sure to turn down your listening device so we can hear you loud and clear and we don't get any feedback. Again, you have a minute 30 and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Cabrera. I am Malachi Suarez's grandmother, and I am calling on behalf of the name change. Malachi, congratulations. You did a darn good job on this. I'm so proud of you. I love you so much. And Crystal, Gabriel, and Phoenix also. You know what? Si se puede. Representation matters. All of you board members need to make this change. This is the history. Change. It's time. Do it now. No more of this stuff, people going up, this is my history. No, I am a retired social worker. I've been in the teaching system. This is racist. Do it. Change it now.
That concludes comments by phone.
I was just going to tell you, you can close down the mics. We'll be closing the public comment section and moving on to the item. Comments or statements by the board?
First, I know that many of you didn't agree with this board's decision to create a subcommittee, but I do want to begin by thanking those who participated in the subcommittee, who served, and those who participated in the survey, and also attended the public sessions in which the community was provided an opportunity to address these concerns and voice your opinion. I want to thank you all as well for being here and being courteous to one another, even when we have differing ideas. I've read through the material. To clarify, the recommendation of the committee is to recommend the board to consider whether or not to rename Houghton Kearney James K. Polk and whether to change the Madison mascot, to consider adopting the school naming criteria, and to consider the moratorium. Okay. I want to begin by saying I've heard everyone, I've read all the material. I don't believe that renaming the schools changes any history. I do agree that we need to educate, but this is also an opportunity to recognize the change in our society and our community. When the board made a decision to name James K. Polk, we don't know why they did that. We had an existing policy. In my review of that policy and in review of the information that has been provided as to the minutes that exist, I don't see how their decision was supported by a board policy. And so I am going to be in favor of renaming James K. Polk Elementary. I do not support establishing a moratorium. We are elected every 4 years, and so it's not my place to implement any policy that then would restrict other board members to make those decisions to consider. I have reviewed the school naming criteria, and again, I really do appreciate all of the time and effort that the committee put into this, and I think it brings and identifies significant criteria that really focuses on the importance of the student impact and the need to have criteria that further explains what our board policy says now. And so I'm also going to be in support of adopting the school naming criteria as an administrative regulation. And that concludes my comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cervantes.
Thank you, Board Chair. First of all, thank everybody for their participation in this process. It's been very difficult. I did not sign up to become a board member to deal with these types of situations. I'm being very candid and very honest about my opinion, and I'm extremely conflicted. I am a proud born American citizen with strong Mexican and Spanish ancestry, which I'm very proud of my heritage. I'm conflicted for many reasons. One, I too am a veteran. I served my country in arms, and I'm extremely proud of that. But I also come from a family that has been oppressed. For 4 generations that my family has been in this district. My parents instilled tolerance, respect, virtues, and values for people. And some of their tolerance, I believe, came because they didn't have a voice. My mother, I'm an American-born citizen, was raised here in the United States and experienced a lot of racism in her upbringing. She attended schools in Arizona, and there was segregation. She was segregated from other kids. She was segregated through water, drinking fountains, and she suffered a lot through that. But she was extremely tolerant toward that, and she raised us to be extremely tolerant toward that as well. With that being said, I'm very empathetic to both sides because I believe history is history, and it is sometimes good, and sometimes it's bad, and sometimes it's ugly. And unfortunately, it encompasses all 3, no matter who we are, what ethnic group we represent, We all live here in this beautiful country. There has been a lot of good, and there's been a lot of bad. Changing a name, I don't think is going to change that. But I did hear some things tonight that really echoed with me. And one of them is, in Germany, every young child is taught about Hitler, but there isn't a single name or a school or a building in Hitler's name. That is very powerful to me, and it resonates extremely hard with me. I also want to bring something in our current situation, in our current climate. President Putin found it upon himself to say, I want to take Ukraine. So we have somebody stronger, bigger, influxing their ability through their superiority through war to take someone's land. If you look at history, President Polk basically did the same thing. It was for benefit. Somebody bigger, somebody stronger, basically said, I want that land, it's valuable, and basically took it. With that being said, again, I'm empathetic to both sides. And I'm very conflicted. I don't want to be here today. I don't want to do this. But I do find it in my heart, deep down in my soul, that the reality is I don't know that I could support the fact of leaving the name under James K. Polk based on these circumstances. And believe me, I'm conflicted. But there is a criteria of why and how we name schools in this district. And as Trustee Correa alluded to, we don't know how and why we, or this board, or this district concluded to naming that name under James K. Polk. We've looked through the records. We've searched through minutes. There is no real definition of how this happened. Hence, I'm conflicted. Hence, I basically gave you a little bit of DNA of where I'm at in my space, where I'm at in my head. And again, I feel pretty strongly that I don't think that I can agree with the fact that we're going to leave that school under James K. Polk. I believe there should be a name change. And I think that this is a teaching moment. I believe that we can grow from this. I believe there's a happy medium for everybody. There's balance. I believe there's a give and take. And in order to be able to have an ability to negotiate and to come to a happy medium, you have to have two bodies, or you have to have people sitting at the table willing to meet somewhere in the middle. And I call upon you, the public, to find that within yourselves, to find that within your heart, to be able to come together in a unified effort to come through some balance to move forward. Because I don't want to be spending our time talking about this when we should be talking about academics and school outcomes. This is a complete, I wouldn't say complete, utter waste of time, but it's not what I signed up to do. I'm here to try to move this district forward and for the kids. And I'm not looking to gain popularity with parents, I'm going to be perfectly honest, and I'll tell you why. If we can change the district around and we start improving our test scores and we are a district to be reckoned with, organically, the parents are going to come anyway because they're going to appreciate what we're being able to do in this district because I truly care. Again, my family's been here for 4 generations. We've been here a long time. We're not going anywhere. I care about this district. I love this district. I love the people in this district. And I hope that you're empathetic to us up here. And I really don't respect the demands. That's not talking to us with a level of integrity. We are trying to do the best we can for your students, for our district, for our legacy of the district. Not our legacy, not as individuals. We don't stand here as individuals. We stand here as a body. And I'm very prayerful that you too will embody some of that spirit because I know it's in you. We have to work together. No more division, no more polarization. We are one body, moving forward. Thank you. I really appreciate your consideration to listen. I see that most of you are really engaged and care about what I'm trying to say and are very respectful of my words. I'm very appreciative to you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Maylene, do you have any statements or comments?
Yes, I want to thank everybody for participating in this, in the committee, and just in this process in general. I'm confident that us, as we as a board, have learned something from this as far as how to proceed naming schools in the future. I am not in support of renaming any of the schools. I don't think this has been a waste of time, but I think we need to move forward. We've got another elementary school coming, and you know, we've heard of some great names, and now we're going to take into consideration what we're going to do with that. But I am in favor also with the moratorium. I think we wasted plenty of time on this item, and just want to say thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chan?
I also want to thank the members of the public for really engaging with this process for a number of months at this point. I think through the process, I actually really felt an impact in terms of Trustee Cervantes' words, in terms of our position here is as a trustee for the institution. And in terms of the institution, I think first and foremost for me is actually to talk to students today and to talk to the student population that are going to our schools. And having had an opportunity, I think that has really sort of informed my opinion on this matter. I appreciate today sort of the civility in terms of the discourse, although the process itself has had a lot of sort of bumpiness in terms of people not feeling welcome, just other sorts of incidences that shouldn't have happened. And in the case of bullying, I take that extremely seriously. I do want to sort of acknowledge, I know sometimes there's a feeling that it hasn't occurred, of Malachi for at least bringing this issue forward, so I definitely want to acknowledge that. And in terms of really just paying attention to where do we want to go as a district? Who are we including? I absolutely believe that we don't change the history. I think you study the history, you learn from the history, but we do have an opportunity to talk about who we're celebrating and who manifests in some ways the best what our district offers. Those are sort of some of the different thoughts I have. I'm also, I don't agree with hamstringing future districts and future boards, rather, in terms of times. I know there have been things that have occurred to us where I did not want to be tied to past districts and district trustees in terms of what their determinations were. So those are just some of the different thoughts that I have, and yeah, look forward to hearing from some of my other colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. Paul?
Thank you, President Solis. I just want to echo the appreciation of my fellow board members to the community. So many people turned out. So many people expressed their passion, their beliefs, their sense of community. And I also want to thank the staff. I don't think they get a lot of recognition for the amount of hours that they put in. And I just want to acknowledge them for their hard work and for their consistency in trying to do their best with what they had to work with, which was sometimes challenging. I unfortunately was unable to attend any of the public meetings because of personal issues. But I did read through the minutes. I did watch things. I did talk to folks. And there was certainly an outpouring of heart and of who people are and what they represent, and I appreciate that. So thank you to everyone who's participated in this. I know a lot of people took time away from their family and other things that are important otherwise in their lives. So that's how I want to start. I will say that I am similar to Mr. Cervantes. I signed up to try to better the district. We've had challenges with academic performance. We've had other challenges. But I'm also fourth generation in this district. I'm a graduate of Roosevelt, LCAP, and Central, as were my kids. And this is a strong community. It's very much unlike a lot of communities. We're not a Sanger. We're not a Madera Ranchos. We're not a Kingsburg. We're not, you know, those districts have, or Merced for that matter, those districts have, they identify with the town. Ours is unique in that we, you know, I think growing up, there were 5 communities that fed into Central High School. And there's a lot of variability in income levels, nationalities. You wouldn't know it looking at me, but I come from a background of what would be considered an underrepresented community. Just the way I look. But if you saw my parents, you'd see it. But I will say that they experienced a lot of the same types of things that Mr. Cervantes represented and expressed. Our family's answer was different. We changed our last name and chose to fold into the community, to fight the battles together, to stick up for one another, which is what everyone tries to do, and they try to protect each other and those that are like themselves. Likewise, the United States was formed out of an idea, and the idea was not perfect. The idea continues not to be perfect. We have had and continue to have growing pains. The beautiful thing about the United States is that we can come together in forums like this and have an open discussion. We can come to an agreement. Sometimes the agreement or sometimes the action isn't what we hope it will be individually, but we have the ability, which unfortunately the leaders of our nation are not complying with or demonstrating very well right now. But in the past, we have been able to come together and abide by the decisions that are made by either our representatives or in this case by the majority of what we hear as far as opinions. So I would just remind everyone that that's what we're about. And I'm probably preaching to the choir here because you're all here and you're all civil, and I appreciate that. We have a good board. We work together. We work really hard. We are compensated, but the compensation is pretty minimal. We're doing this because our hearts are here, and I would ask you to consider that. I am in favor of the moratorium, not because I disagree with the revisiting of things that maybe were not popular or not currently popular, but were the decisions made at the time. And the reason I support that isn't, like I said, that I don't support the idea of going back and reanalyzing things. What we're about here is we're about putting a school district together for the betterment of our kids, for the betterment of the community, for the betterment of the United States. We're producing the leaders of tomorrow. And how we act and how we represent ourselves really speak to them about how best to do that. So, again, we're not perfect. We want to do the right thing. Sometimes the path to do the right thing is very difficult, fraught with a lot of sharp things that can cut you, and it's difficult. So, with the idea of moving forward and keeping our focus, I think, where it should be on education and providing leadership and developing leaders, I think this takes away from that effort. It takes valuable time away from that. All the time spent in considering these issues, I think, could have been better served in evaluating maybe different programs, evaluating how we can create better leaders in this community. So that's the reason that I would support that. I also don't support the name change. There were reasons, like was alluded to. We don't have a concrete idea of why that particular school was named James K. Polk when other schools have presidents' names in them. I suspect that maybe it has something to do with being located on Polk Avenue. I don't know that for a fact, but I surmise that to be the case, and I can't speak for the board that made the decision at the time. Let's move on. Let's, if we have new schools, let's consider names that honor the perspective that are currently being represented in our district among the populations that are here. So I've said my piece. I appreciate the consideration and the time, Mr. Solis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Brooks, do you have any comments or statements?
My comment, I just want to thank everyone for coming out, giving their opinion, giving us both points, both sides. So it's good hearing both sides of the everybody's views. And also I want to thank the committee and all the staff. So, and I'm going to support the changing the name of Polk.
Thank you. Board, I would ask for your patience. The way I'm looking at this, we're going to have to break up the motion into several items. And I want to take each item one at a time, and then you can vote on that and move on. Okay? So I'll entertain a motion to change the name of Polk Elementary School. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and second. Discussion on the motion. Yes, ma'am.
I know we all took turns thanking the community, but I also want to thank all of you for being open and for having the discussion and having the courage for sharing your opinions. I know that I spoke first and I immediately shared my opinion and where I would be voting, but this wasn't a decision that I made lightly, and I really do consider and listen to what you all have to share in evaluating and reconsidering my decision. So again, thank you, fellow colleagues.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and call the motion for a vote. The motion is on to change the name of Polk Elementary School. Ms. Lopez, roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks. Is it on? Yeah. Trustee Carrillo.
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes.
Yes.
Trustee Chan.
Yes.
Trustee Mailing.
No.
Trustee Paul.
No.
President Solis.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-7 with Mr. Mailing and Mr. Paul no.
Thank you. Now I'm moving on, and the board would like to entertain a motion to approve changing the name of Houghton Kearney. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to not change the name of HK.
Second.
To not change it? That's the second? Okay, we have a motion on the floor not to change the name of Houghton Kearney, sorry. Discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion, Ms. Lopez, can you please call it for a roll call vote?
Trustee Brooks.
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo.
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes.
I want to make sure I heard that correctly. You're asking for name change yes or name change no?
The name change no.
No.
Well, hold on.
Well,
The motion is
Is
not
to
to
not to
change
change
the name.
Houghton Kearney.
Correct. So
Yes.
if you're voting yes, you support the motion. If you
Not to change.
not to change it.
Yes.
If you support
Yes.
changing it, you vote
Yes.
no.
Trustee Chan.
Yes.
Trustee Mailing.
Yes.
Trustee Paul.
yes.
President Solis.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0 not to change Houghton Kearney.
Moving on to the next item, it will be to change the logo, mascot of Madison. I'll entertain a motion whether to change the mascot.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Chan.
Second. Oh, Trustee Brooks beat me.
Oh, and I have a second by Ms. Brooks. Discussion on the motion.
I would like to have some discussion. I'm conflicted on this item. I know that and again, I really wish that the committee would have provided more of an opinion. We heard from our community, and I'm conflicted because this becomes an issue of whether having the logo supports the Indian community or whether it doesn't. And I feel like if we eliminate it, we don't recognize them, right? If our purpose, at least for me personally, in making and supporting the name of changing Polk Elementary and not changing Houghton Courtney, it's a matter of, is it consistent with our policy and our practice and what we want to teach our students? What I, as a trustee, want to support. And I'm not sure what the right decision here is. We heard from a community member. He wasn't offended. I know that we have opinions both ways in the material. And so I would really just appreciate having some discussion with you all and sharing what your thoughts are as to whether you support it or you don't, because I really don't know. I really am conflicted on this matter.
Thank you, ma'am. Comments from the board? Mr. Paul?
Yeah, I think I've heard different perspectives on this. Both were represented tonight. And I don't believe, I obviously wasn't around when that mascot was chosen, but it seems to me that it's a way of honoring Native Americans. If the issue is with how they were represented and whether or not that's a proper way to represent, I get that. And if we do move to change it, I think we ought to at least do a little bit of intelligence or have a little bit of intelligence as to what would be an appropriate representation. And I'm not sure how to do that without creating another committee and going through this for another couple of months. So that's what I would suggest. Maybe admin could search for something that's appropriate and come back to us.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Creel?
Thank you, Trustee Paul, because I just had an idea. So when it comes to mascots, this is chosen by our students. And so what I would propose would be that our motion be for our students to consider and that they decide, do they want to keep their mascot or do they want to change it? And they can come back and say, look, board, thank you for the opportunity. We like our mascot. We have no problem with it. And that's what we move forward with.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Mr. Cervantes?
Thank you, Board Chair. I too, I thought the mascot honors the Native American Indians. I'm not sure I understand how it's offensive, but I'm open to understand why, and I'm willing to listen. But I too appreciate the fact that I think that the students should also be incorporated in the decision. But I think the education process with the students should also be incorporated. And again, we've heard from, there were two Native American Indians that were here and spoke at the podium. And two conflicting stories. One is under the impression that it's offensive, and the other is under the impression that it honors. So I'm under the impression that it honors. It kind of memorializes them. With that being said, I look to become educated in that particular aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more comments? Mr. Chan?
So I actually appreciate what Trustee Paul you were sharing. I only know the folks that reached out to me. So and just as other trustees have shared, even in this room, and no community is a monolith. So even on something like that, you're going to have differences of opinions. I sort of like the idea that Trustee Carrillo sort of mentioned in terms of giving students that attend the school to actually have an opportunity. But I would almost like at least, and maybe that's for Superintendent Davis to have an opportunity to invite maybe members of Native American communities if they would like to sort of just share their opinion, as opposed to another subcommittee per se, but maybe just having administration make a due diligence effort just to hear out some opinions in order to better inform us. I mean, in terms of myself, I don't come from that particular dissent. I don't know everyone's dissent of those on the board, but wherever we can hear from the community, and really important, hear from our students, I'd like to recommend that.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks, did you have a statement? All right, I have a statement on this one. From the committee, they were saying that the torso of the Indian with his head was stereotypical, and they did not wish that there. That was the ones that were speaking against it. Others spoke for it. Since then, what I found out is apparently Madison is ahead of us. And basically what the athletic teams, some of them are using, are this, which I tend to say, give away where I'm from, but I call it the Michigan State M with a circle around it. And there's eagle feathers showing a pride in the Indian population that was here. So this is here. Does anyone want to pass it around, or can you see it? This is what they decided to use a while back and have been putting on some of their teams. Not all of them, but some of them. Now, with that, as chair, I wanted to take a vote. Are you going to change the logo? They could still stay Warriors. They would just use this logo. But we can't get to this until we take a vote. Are you willing to change the logo? So take my word for it. If the majority of the board is saying to change the logo, I'm going to go with what the students and the staff put together as coming down the road. Questions were asked to how do you show respect for Native Americans. That is why it was explained to me they put the eagle feather there. So to answer that question, that was how they resolved it. So with that, does anyone want to see this? Okay. So I'll entertain a motion at this point to do away with the current Madison logo. Is there a motion?
Point of order, Board President. We
Yeah.
have a motion on the floor.
What's
This
the
was just discussion for the motion. We already have a motion on the floor.
What's the motion?
The motion is to change the mascot.
Okay, fine. I'll close discussion now, and we can take a roll call vote on whether we're going to change the mascot for Madison. And when I mean mascot, I mean the logo. They're still going to stay Warriors.
Board Chair, based on the information that you just provided, would
Yeah.
you not give the trustee that made the motion the opportunity to rescind their motion?
Who made the motion,
I'm
Mr.
not
Paul?
implying that they should. What
Mr.
I'm
Paul, did you
implying
make
is
the
that
motion?
maybe they
I didn't make the
Oh,
motion.
Are you willing to ratify it to this?
I mean, I would still want to get a little bit of input on that particular one, but the motion still stands to change the current.
Okay, and then we'll get on to this next. So the motion is to change the current logo for Madison. Ms. Lopez. Roll call vote.
Clarification. We're talking about changing the logo, not the mascot. That's the motion.
The logo.
Is that right? Okay, thank you.
A question on that side, Mr. Cervantes?
Yeah, I'm a little unclear, to be perfectly honest. Changing the logo, not the mascot. Is that what I'm?
Currently, right now, the current logo that some of them are using, or similar to this one, it's Indian torso with their head, okay? And then we're saying, are we going to change that? Once we change that, then I'll entertain a motion to accept what half of the school is using, this. Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Lopez, roll call vote.
Trustee Brooks.
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo.
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes.
Abstain.
Trustee Chan.
Yes.
Trustee Mailing.
No.
Trustee Paul.
No.
President Solis.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1. Trustee Mailing, Trustee Paul voting no, and Trustee Cervantes abstaining. Motion carries.
Thank you. Now, board, I'll entertain a motion to change, and I'm using the word logo, right? Okay, logo to this one, which is, again, my definition, the Michigan State M with 2 eagle feathers inside of a circle. Does anyone want to make that motion?
I'm confused. So we just voted to change the mascot.
Yes.
Okay.
The
The
logo.
logo. So what's the current question?
The current question now is, what is it going to be from now on? And I'll
Okay,
entertain
thank
a
you.
motion to change it to this.
We have a process in place, and so I will not be making a motion, and I will not be supporting the motion, because this should go back to the students to decide what their logo should be.
He heard me.
I
Go
move
ahead.
to follow existing Central Unified policy and to allow Madison Elementary students to select the logo.
Other than keeping it the same? What if they come back with the same one?
Then I will support that.
Ms. Davis, give me some guidance here. If let's say they were to submit the same logo back, we've already taken a vote that it has to be changed. How could we then accept that same logo?
You're representing that we have 2 logos that the school is using.
I'm saying that this board has already taken a vote to change it. You're saying leave it up to the student body to decide what it's going to be. If they come back with the same logo, I'm asking you, what is this board's next step? We've just voted it's going to change.
So I think that's where they would start, which is it will change from what the current logo is, and that the students be able to submit, or say the logo that they've been using on sports would be the choice that they use from this point forward. We would start from the point of your first motion, which is they can no longer use the current image of the Indians' headdress, and they would have to select either the one that they've been using or generate a new one that would be appropriate. And we could include, I made notes, including the education prior to that.
Ms. Davis. Ma'am, this is your first warning. Any more outbursts, you'll be asked to leave. You'll get 3 warnings, and then you'll be removed. Ma'am, this is your second warning. Any more outbursts, you'll get 3, and you'll be removed. No questions from the room at this time. Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
So just to clarify the motion that's on the floor, what I'm hearing would be that we communicate back to the campus the current logo of, on the top of that page, the current image that is being used on letterhead, no longer be in place, and that the students go through the process that we have to submit and select a new logo to represent Warriors.
All right, Ms. Davis, can you form that into a motion for me and see if Ms. Creel will accept it?
What I wrote was move to follow the existing policy and have students decide a new logo.
Is that fine with you?
And by saying new, it means not the one that they
I believe
currently
that's my motion, right? Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to Ms. Crio's motion?
Second by trustee Cervantes.
Okay, there's a second by Mr. Cervantes. Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, moving for a roll call vote. Ms. Lopez?
Trustee Brooks.
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo.
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes. Trustee Chan.
Yes.
Trustee Mailing.
No.
Trustee Paul.
Yes.
President Solis.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Trustee Mailing voting no.
Thank you. There is two more items that we have to address. One is there a motion to pass on as recommendations, the recommendations from the Committee for Naming Schools?
I move to approve the school naming criteria to be adopted as an administrative regulation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Can I ask for clarification first?
Go ahead.
Can you read the,
We have a motion on the floor, so we'd have to get a second before we proceed
Okay.
with discussion. I apologize.
Is there a second? Hearing no second, I will assume that the item is tabled at this point. And moving on to our last item, which would be the renaming of Polk. Strike that, the moratorium, that's right. All right, there was a recommendation that we take a 15-year moratorium on all existing schools' names.
so moved?
Second.
We got a motion by Mr. Paul, a second by Mr. Mailing. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none. Hearing none, going on the roll call vote. Ms. Lopez?
Trustee Brooks.
Yes.
That's three, sir. Speak up again and you'll be removed from the building. Go ahead, Ms. Lopez.
Trustee Carrillo.
No.
Trustee Cervantes. Trustee Chan.
No.
Trustee Mailing.
Yes.
Trustee Paul.
Yes.
President Solis.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3 with
Hold
Trustee
on.
Carrillo.
Ms. Lopez,
Yes.
did Ms. Brooks vote?
Yes.
Oh,
She
okay.
voted yes. Motion carries 4-3 with Trustee Carrillo, Trustee Cervantes, and Trustee Chan voting no.
Now we move on to the last thing. Discussion brief on the board. We can either float a motion with a school's name and vote on it to approve, or we can go through a process of renaming Polk. What is the wishes of the board? Mr. Mailing?
I just got a comment. What if we just named it Polk as it sits on that road?
If you could get support on the board to
I mean, I'm just bringing
name
up
it.
conversation.
Is it possible?
If we're taking out James K.
Okay, is it possible? Yes. Whether there's support for it on the board, I don't know. Trustees, speak up. Mr. Paul?
Yeah, I like that suggestion. Again, it's on Polk Avenue. I just refer back to my previous comment. I don't think there was any, it's my opinion. I don't think there was any opinion or any purpose in finding a president who would offend people to name a school after. It seemed to me that it was a logical choice based on where it was located, so I would support that. Thank you.
Any other comments? I have one.
I have a comment.
You're next. If you're using the criteria, and I can see that the board went with that criteria somewhat on the renaming of the schools, then where I'm sitting, it would be a defeat in the purpose of voting to change the name of the school to name it Polk. I would like to float the name of, since we're coming up against a centennial of Central Unified, to call it Central Elementary School, and see if there's a support for that on the board. Ms. Creel.
I am not prepared to select a name today because that was not my understanding from the agendized item that we would be selecting a name. So I don't have any recommendations to make. I don't think that renaming it as simply as Polk solves the problem or the concerns and the reason why I'm supporting renaming it. And we don't have any recommendations from the committee, so I'm at a loss here.
Any other comments?
More just a question. I guess this is addressed to Superintendent Davis. This would be a question at Superintendent Davis in terms of what would be sort of the procedure, at least from the district side, if we were not to make a decision tonight.
Ms. Davis?
If you were not to make a decision tonight, is that what you said? Then we would need to follow the process and a process and have names submitted or return to the next meeting under the board policy. After thorough review, you have the ability to select and rename a campus. There is not an administrative regulation that says how you do it. There is a past practice of how we've done it. You have options.
And Ms. Davis, when a school is named from past practices, it's the following school year, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'll go ahead and motion my own motion. If there's a second, we can take a vote. What? I've been informed we're going to have to table it to a different meeting where we are going to go through the process of naming the school. Any questions? All right. Ms. Davis, can you bring it back as an action item on the next meeting?
Board President, may I get clarification? What is coming back as the action item?
The renaming of Polk Elementary.
So does that mean that the board will be voting on a name or will be discussing the process and approving the process to select a name?
Ms. Davis?
We have a process we've used. We have a list of names that have been submitted the last time we did a name that we could bring and provide to you of names the community has brought forward for a decision to be made. If the wishes of the board is to make this adjustment as was voted on and begin the school year with the change transitioning, time is of the essence.
Thank you. I would request it comes back as an action item. So if the board wishes to take immediate action, they can. If the board decides not to, then we'll wait a while, but we are somewhat up against the calendar. All right?
Question?
Yes.
So the action item would be, I'm just trying to picture what the action item would be. Would it be a list of names that have been brought forward? And then we would vote, we would select from that list?
Yes, on past agendas, we've attached the list of names that have been collected, and we do have a list of names that were collected. And you could select from those if you would like to.
Hold on, Ms. Davis. Ma'am? Thank you. Sir, you're more than welcome to leave as well.
Would you want me to continue? You want me to continue?
Board, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
We'll take a 10-minute break until 9:12, please. Thank you.
Is everybody, no. All righty, I'm reconvening the open session. We would like to acknowledge the work of the naming subcommittee and thank everyone involved for their hard work. Ms. Lopez, can you call item 2?
Next item on the agenda is L2, approve amendment of the law enforcement service contract between Central Unified School District and Fresno Police Department. Mr. Collegian.
Thank you, President Solis, Board of Trustees, and Ms. Lopez. This item returns for action from our previous board meeting. When the current law enforcement contract was approved by the board in 2021, the board requested that administration bring this item back in the event that additional school resource officers were available for the middle schools. At this time, Fresno Police Department is offering 2 additional school resource officers to Central Unified Middle Schools. One SRO recommended for placement at Glacier Point Middle School, and the other one SRO between El Capitan and Rio Vista Middle Schools. Present with us this evening are representatives from the Fresno Police Department. Thank you for your presence here this evening. Also, per board request, the following services and positions have been added to schools for support services for students. I'll start with contracts. Contracts and partnerships include CenCal mentoring, connecting at-risk students to programs and services for guidance and accountability. Comprehensive youth services, which is a full range of mental health services, including prevention, intervention, treatment, and educational services for abused and at-risk youth and their families. All for Youth, which is a partnership with the Fresno County Superintendent of Schools, specifically providing services for behavioral health, providing our youth and families with access to behavioral health services at schools, in the community, and at home. And lastly, contract with Prodigy Healthcare, which specializes in substance abuse treatment programs for our students. Positions that we've hired include one Thinkery certificated substitute to assist with the student behaviors per school site, 7 intervention counselors, 4 intervention specialists, 1 at each middle school and 1 at the district level to support all school sites, 6 school psychologists, 1 including a psychologist that holds a board-certified behavioral analyst certification, 1 social worker, and 1 marriage family therapist. In addition, we have inserted a revision to the attached agreement referring to SRO training in de-escalation and nonviolent crisis intervention. The language can be found on on item 5 on page 1 of the amended agreement, which is attached to this agenda. Administration is recommending approval of this item. Happy to answer any questions the board may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Questions or statements from the board? Ms. Creel.
Thank you for adding that additional language. It's still not enough for me, and I would much rather spend the additional funds that would equate to over $500,000 in supporting SROs. We need to focus in providing additional counseling service and psychologists and moving towards a plan that provides one at each and every one of our schools, including our elementary schools. And I worry that we still, I understand our Superintendent Davis had meetings with a small group of students where this topic was briefly discussed, but I still haven't seen any feedback, any surveys actually obtaining feedback from our students as to how they feel. As I said during our last meeting, it's been loud and clear that the adults at our campus don't feel safe, and they're asking for the SROs. And unfortunately, I just need to balance and make sure that our students are also being heard, and that our community members, all of our community members, feel safe being on campus. And unfortunately, not at the expense or the fault of the officer in uniform, but the institution itself, they don't feel welcome. And so I will not be supporting this contract, but I do hope that those that do decide to support, that our district will continue to move forward in providing those additional services. And again, I don't want to minimize the changes and the efforts that our SROs have been advocating for. And I do look forward to hearing about significant changes that really create a more positive interaction with our students who are being subjected to interacting with our SROs as a result of a negative consequence. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Maley.
Yeah, with all due respect, I mean, I completely disagree with you, and hopefully everybody else on this board does as well. I'm worried about our kids' safety. I'm worried about our teachers' safety. And when I see a presence of a resource officer on campus, I think everybody walks a little bit taller, and that's my opinion. And I would, if this passes, I would like to know what the time frame would be if we can get an extra SRO for El Cap and Rio individually. Do you have any idea when that would be?
I can speak to that on, to my knowledge right now, Trustee Mailing is the availability for Central Unified to make whole the middle schools again was only 2, but I will defer to either Sergeant Alvarado or Deputy Chief Reed to share a little bit more about their availability in the event that there was an extra SRO available and what that would look like for us moving forward in terms of timeline and resource availability.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Do you have a statement, sir?
It was to answer my question.
There we go. Board President, Trustee, Superintendent Davies, appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. It's really based on our hiring projections. We have a full recruitment effort. It looks like we will be fully staffed, hopefully by the end of the year. Right now we can comfortably commit to 2, but what we're working on is if we come to an agreement, and if that's something the administration and the board wants, we can get a 3rd one by the start of the spring semester of 23.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Chang.
Deputy Chief Reed, may I ask a question of you, sir? Thank you so much for being with us. This is probably a series of questions that I hate asking, but in terms of like the recent events, I do want to just sort of understand as best as possible. Should we, and I hope never, ever have a situation where we have an sort of active shooter on campus, may I ask, what is FPD sort of like, what would be the role of the SRO? What would be the role of SWAT? Like, how does that actually function, you know, in terms of obviously precautionary, should we ever have a situation like that? What is the role of all the different pieces together?
In light of what's happened around the United States, especially in Texas and Uvalde, what we've done is we've dissected everything that happened there and everything that looks like it went wrong. And the first thing I did is I talked to Sergeant Alvarado and said, what is the mindset of our SROs? Are we there to engage that threat immediately? And that's one thing I can affirmatively say yes. And what we see nationwide is that when we have an officer that engages a violent suspect at a school site or any other site, what happens is now the officer becomes the target. That's what we expect from our SROs, and that's in fact what they do. We're taking it a step further. We're doing some scenario-based training based on what we know about Uvalde, and it's still in its infancy. We're getting some more information every day. But we're doing some scenario-based training where we're actually going to invite some of the administrators of the schools to watch what we do and how we work to understand some of our techniques and what we're doing. The other thing we've been able to do is look at the breaching equipment. One of the problems in Uvalde was they didn't have the capacity to get in the door. And so we're looking at how each school site is set up, what our officers have access to immediately, and some of the breaching tools that we can put in those SRO vehicles to make that more expedient. So the quicker we can engage that suspect, the faster the victim count drops down, and now it's between the officer. And what we've seen in the past, Illinois in 2018 was a perfect example. Subject wasn't invited to graduate. He wasn't allowed to walk. It was in Dixon, Illinois. As he walked by with a shotgun, the SRO immediately engaged that person as he was shooting at people. Subject trained the gun on him, and the officer was able to put that suspect down Unfortunately, the suspect died, but it prevented a lot of people from being injured. In fact, the suspect was the only one injured, and we've seen that time and time again. So there's an immediate safety thing. There's a deterrence effect to having SROs that are armed there. And plus, we give them some special training to make sure they're going to do exactly what we need them to do when the time happens. God forbid it ever happen.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. And just one sort of second, I guess, clarification question with the contract, and if it makes sense for Mr. Collegian, for you to answer then. So as I understood that, should the SRO officer not be available over an extended time, in that case, another officer would be put in during that time, or the district would not be charged for extended time. Is that accurate? And if it's a single day, what occurs? That, as far as I read the contract, I understood that as that being if there's more like a sick leave or a personal leave. So I understand that to be an extended period, not, for instance, a single day of illness per se.
Right. Our commitment is always to have an SRO available. What we do is on extended leaves, we replace that person and have somebody else there at your school site. That's built into the contract. But what we do is we take people actually from the patrol force and bring them into the school site. Best case scenario is your SRO understands the school site, understands the administration, understands the students. That's always the best fit. But we backfill as best we can, and that's part of the guarantee of that contract, the original contract that we signed, which takes in part this amendment as well.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief Reed, for taking the time to answer my questions. And this is just a sort of comment as I'm thinking through this. I appreciate what Trustee Mailing and also Trustee Carrillo has shared. You know, when I talk to students, especially I would say probably at the middle school and at the maybe like early high school age, overwhelmingly, at least what I hear is so many students saying, and I know we're putting things in places that while we have most procedures for when a student might be acting out, many students who have kind of said, we're also looking for support in terms of whatever angst we may be feeling inside, even if we're not acting out or not. So I think that sort of like mental health check-in is something that I have definitely heard a lot, especially at the junior high level.
Thank you. Any other questions or statements? Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Cervantes.
Thank you, Board Chair. I'm prayerful things are going to get better, but the reality is I'm very conservative with the spending of the dollars, but at this point in time, we don't have an option. Based on the current climate, that's what's going on in our country, and the risk that we all posed, we have to protect our students at all cost. But with that being said, is there anything in the works with PD about training reserve officers that maybe potentially could provide the same services but at a fraction of the cost? And with that being said, again, we are very critical of how we spend the dollars, and I don't mean to speak light of the safety of the children, because that is number one. They have to feel safe on campuses, and we need to do the best we can to provide the safety. And again, it's very sad times, but it is what it is.
And that's an excellent point. We have explored our reserve unit, and the sad part of that is since 2020, and with all the upheaval in government, we have less and less people coming into law enforcement at all, let alone volunteering to be a reserve officer. Our county charter, or our city charter, actually prohibits us paying them except for exceptional contracts, and the only contract that we used to have was with the Fair Board. And that has gone away over the last 3 years, and now we just use contract law enforcement officers or sworn police officers under contract like we're talking about tonight. So in the past, reserves was an option. Over the last 5 years, if I told you we had 5 or 6 reserve officers left, I'd probably be stretching that a little bit. We just can't get people interested in that position any longer. But that's an excellent idea.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any more questions or statements? No. I'll start for myself. Number one, I feel one of our priorities are to make our campuses as safe as they can be. The students need to know when they get there that campus is as safe as we can make it. The parents want to know when they drop their kids off at our campuses, we've done everything we can do to keep them safe. With that in mind, I will be supporting this item, but also I want to make sure that some folks out there understand that, number one, school resource officers, there's sometimes when you got to evaluate when you're called, is this the best resource for you to be used? Should that site administrator be using some other tools in his toolbox to deal with that student? In other words, you're not one tool fits all students. You are a tool in that's a site administrator's toolbox to be used. That should be done individually. I hate to come back, and I'm going to be asking questions. Make sure you understand where I'm coming from. It ain't one tool fits all. That being said, speaking to our administrators, and that's site administrators and our area administrators, a vote in favor of this contract is not a vote authorizing you to delegate your responsibility out. And as a board member, when the school resource officer is used, and if it goes upside down, I will be asking administration, what was the reasoning used to determine that school resource officer was your best option? The reason I'm saying this to both of you, I've been here a while. Whether either group wants to accept it, you bring some baggage in. And that is why, A, the police department had some issues in the past. Hopefully, they would have addressed those issues. B, Central Unified Administration had some problems in the past. So since, again, I've been here a while, I have seen it used inappropriately. I will be asking questions when they come forward, and I want to hear reasonable reasons why the school resource officer was used and why that site administrator decided not to use other options, such as disciplinary action within the district, within the school site, mental health, counseling service. There's a lot of tools we've been putting in your toolbox. I expect those site administrators to pick out those tools, the best one for that situation. Thank you. Seeing no other one asking question, I'll go ahead and call the item, or Ms. Lopez, you can do a roll call vote. Call the item for a vote for approval. Oh, you have a...
Was there a motion?
Hold on, folks, I got ahead of myself. Ms. Brooks has somebody who would like to speak to it.
Let me see. We have Ruben?
Good evening again, board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important item. I seen it in the Fresno Bee, and as a very concerned parent, I want to give my opinion since my daughter, it's 9:31. She couldn't come and give her opinion because it's her bedtime. And so I want to address the safety concerns that kind of expedited the call for police on campus. Since the Columbine shooting 22 years ago, there has been no empirical evidence that police on campus improve student safety outcomes. Like, what is there not to get? On the contrary, there has been mountains of evidence on the potential harms and criminalization of youth, especially youth of color and disability and complex needs. You want to get the students' perspectives? Look at those reports. Look at that research that was made with all the qualitative and quantitative data of student perspectives and their lived experience by those who have been most impacted. So I urge you not to continue relying on police on campus to keep you safe, because as mentioned in Uvalde, it did not keep them safe. Children were massacred. Does that not matter to you that children were massacred and they failed to act? Isn't it time to try something new? My daughter goes to this school, and this institution failed to act to keep her safe, then why are we continuing to fund it? We're getting at the definition of insanity here. We keep trying the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Our youth deserve that funding. They deserve care, not cops.
Thank you, sir. You've exceeded.
Look at it with scrutiny, because if my daughter ever gets in a situation like that, it's on you.
Next speaker.
The other two is not here.
That's it? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Mailing. Ms. Lopez, can you give a roll call vote?
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
No.
Trustee Cervantes? That was a yes, sir? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Trustee Chan? No. I'm sorry? No. Thank you. Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2 with Trustee Carrillo and Trustee Chan voting no.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is item L3, adopt the 2022-2023 annual budget. Mrs. Balladares.
Good evening. Tonight, we bring back the item of the adopted budget for the 22-23 school year for approval. I'm here to answer any questions that you have, and if not, I'm asking that you approve the adopted budget.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Maley.
Thank you. Well done putting it together as well. The only concern I have is there's nothing on deferred maintenance. That's just a hidden cost. So in the future, I'd like to see that that on there. Is that possible? A budget on deferred maintenance. Either it doesn't need to be by site. I think that could be, a secondary item, but I think it should be on our budget because it's going to hit our budget.
Yeah, we recognize the need to provide some more information on deferred maintenance. The budget actually, at the time that we bring our budget forward, the state budget is still in process, and there was actually a deal struck last night. It's not been final voted on at the state level, but it is about to be by the end of this week. And so there were some new developments even that came about last night, including some block grants and things like that. So we'll be bringing back more information on that in the future to the board to inform our deferred maintenance plans for this year.
I appreciate that. And also included with that, Steve, is it possible to see what is going to be paid for by a bond and what comes out of the general fund?
Yes, sure.
Thanks.
Mr. Cervantes, did you have a question? No? No questions or statements? Entertain a motion to approve.
I so move.
Mr. Cervantes made a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Creel. Ms. Lopez, can you do a roll call vote? Say he likes those tonight. Go ahead.
Trustee Brooks?
Yes.
Trustee Carrillo?
Yes.
Trustee Cervantes?
Yes.
Trustee Chan? Trustee Mailing?
Yes.
Trustee Paul?
Yes.
President Solis?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is hold a public hearing regarding Level 1 school facility fees. Mr. McLean.
Thank you. So if you recall at the last meeting, we had an information item for developer fees. So tonight we are holding our public hearing, and following the public hearing, there are actually two resolutions. We brought one last month. It was advised by legal counsel to break that into two resolutions. One to adopt the justification study on which the fees are based, and the second one is to increase the amount of fees according to the calculations in the study.
Thank you, sir. With that, I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing portion of this item. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item in the room? Seeing none, do we have any calls holding?
We have no comments by phone at this time.
Can you give me a time clock?
Absolutely. Thirty seconds have passed and we have no comments by phone at this time.
Thank you, sir. I'll be closing the public hearing portion of it. Let's see. Mr. McLean, what are the two items you need to approve on this?
So item 5, following the public hearing, is to adopt Resolution 212257, which is the adoption of the study, and Resolution 212260, which is the increase in fees. All the information in those resolutions was in one item previously, but again, on advice of council, was to take those as two resolutions on the same agenda item.
All righty, thank you, sir. Any questions or statements from the board on item 5? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I so move.
I have a motion by Mr. Cervantes. Is there a
Second.
second?
Second.
By Ms. Brooks. Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nays?
Nay.
Nay.
We have 2 nays, I believe. The item passes. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Just to confirm the no votes, it was trustee Mailing and trustee Paul?
Yes.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is L6, approve qualified firms for construction management services. Mr. McLean.
Thank you. So if you recall, back in April, we had a meeting where we discussed our construction delivery methods. At that time, the board provided staff with direction to use a construction manager multi-prime delivery method for our upcoming projects. So in accordance with that, our facilities department issued a request for qualifications out to different firms that do construction management services. And so we went through that process here recently. We had 8 firms that submitted their applications, and those were evaluated by our team. We had all of the firms that we talked with had the qualifications to meet the requirement to be listed as firms that could be used in our district for different projects based on their expertise and experience. So we are recommending this to go to action to approve these qualified firms for construction management services, which would be available to the district's discretion to employ these firms for different projects over the next 5 years based on government code. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on this item.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or statements by the board? Ms. Creel.
So in reading the names, because I don't believe we received material about these firms other than the process held for this RFP. Clearly from the names, some of them do construction, some of them are civil engineers, some names I recognize, others I have no idea who they are. Can you provide some information as far as why we need to approve 8 different, I think it's 8, right? 8 different names. Are these going to be providing the same services? How is the district going to select who ultimately gets awarded? Because in essence, the board is relinquishing control under the next item and this item as well. And so the only additional action we'll be taking will be to ratify any existing contracts.
Sure. So for this item, these firms, again, they come in different different backgrounds, different experiences, different sizes. But again, the firms, including the civil engineering firm, had personnel within their staff that had experience in construction management, and so that's why they're included here. Again, this is a list that's good for 5 years. And just to clarify, these firms, other than, we're talking about the next item in just a minute, but generally speaking, these firms, these contracts would be brought forward to the board for approval prior to engaging services with these firms.
Okay, so I think what I'm looking for would be, so I understand for legal contracts, we have like 5 firms, maybe 4 or 5. Some of them specialize special education. 2 of them I know specialize in general education services. So can you just give me some background? So I understand Bush Construction is a general contractor, they can subcontract, but like, I'm probably gonna mispronounce these. Kitchell, what do they do? Like how, I guess I just wanna have an understanding of, these are just 8, some of them may provide the same services, some may not, and the district is going to select them based on the services that we need. Just a little more detail to understand why it is that we need to approve 8 different firms.
Sure, and again, when we go through over a period of 5 years, we'll have projects large and small. We'll have portable projects all the way to new elementary schools and beyond. So there's a lot of different characteristics of those projects that some firms are more experienced in and are more equipped to serve our needs than others. Some of the contractors, as you mentioned before, have a general contractor's license. Some do not. Some are more of what I would call more of a management style firm versus a contracting firm that is more experienced in dealing with subcontractors. So again, we look at that when we're looking at which firm to recommend for a specific project.
Okay, and so my final questions, I've reviewed through the contract. Can you tell me whether we prepared this contract or who prepared it? And secondly, whether we've had our legal counsel review it in this year or before it was brought before the board?
It was reviewed, and we did make some modifications as well. If there's anything that you would point out that we could look at in terms of adjustments. This is just a template, so it gives the companies that are applying an idea of the type of contract we're looking for, but when we actually start working with an individual company, we would work through that contract with them and negotiate a contract. So the contract that would be coming to the board for approval or ratification might look slightly different than the template that's shown in this RFQ.
Okay, thank you. And I have some minor revisions, but I need to find them, and it wasn't anything substantive, and I was just more curious who drafted it and whether we had our legal counsel. So
yes,
thank you
they
for your
were
response.
involved.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
In the absence of the board president, are there any other questions? Trustee Paul?
Thank you. Mr. McLean, a question for you. Would there be a situation in which these firms would bid against each other for a project?
Would bid against each other?
Yes.
Oh,
Or would you just make a recommendation depending on the project itself?
Well, we look at, when we're selecting a firm, again, we're looking at a number of characteristics, including price and how they propose their fees. So there are some differences in how they do that. So we would definitely be looking at price as a factor as well as other experiences.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. McLean, may I ask a few? To at least as long as I have been on the board, we have never approved qualified firms beforehand, before like the individual project. Can you share a little bit? What is sort of your rationale and thinking behind this particular process as opposed to how we've done in the past, which really has been project to project?
So it is a common practice among school districts to do a RFQ and select firms. In this case, it's construction management. We did 5 years ago, we did one for architectural services. That one's coming up again, and there's other professional services that we utilize on projects, and so all those tend to go out in an RFQ and then provide us with a list, so that it just enables the districts to use this format that's provided in the government code to be able to select firms on a timely basis and based on I would say pre-qualification of looking at these before we get into the negotiation of an actual contract.
May I ask Mr. McLean, what would it change in terms of the timeline? Because if we were, I assume, doing it in a public manner prior without pre-qualified firms, is it to lessen the period for the district to check the specificities of the qualification? Is that sort of the rationale? This was expedite time, and if so, how much?
I suppose that could be said that if you were to every project go out and start a whole other process and go through and talk to different firms, it would be a consuming process. And so to aid in that process, there's a process under the government code to be able to do this up front, and then it can be done again and again, but it just is allowed to go up to 5 years.
And just so I understand, within that 5-year time period, should new firms emerge or other firms begin sort of, or have at least the qualifications, they would not be able to bid until the expiry of the 5 years. And some of these, I mean, the bigger names I'm aware of, so the smaller names I'll defer to others, may or may not continue over the course of that 5 years.
Right. Over a period of five years, things can change. So we would, we could take an opportunity to do this again, even in less than 5 years, if we needed to.
So another question related to that. So it seems to me, if I'm understanding this properly, you want to maximize your flexibility.
Correct.
And that in selection of engineering firms, it has to be a qualifications-based selection, correct?
Right.
Thank
we
you.
have certain criteria.
Right. Thank you. That's by law.
Any other questions for the board? Mr. McLean, can you qualify each one of their expertise? What's it in?
In terms of each individual firm? Yeah, well, again, they're all experienced with construction management services. I would say the difference is, what we looked at when we evaluated their applications was looking at their licenses, their resume, their fee structure. Are they available for projects in the upcoming time frame that we're looking to do things? We look at their litigation background. We look at their references, their financial condition as well. So all those factors are taken into account. And again, we would bring these contracts forward to the board, before engaging them in a project. So there would be an opportunity to have that discussion when projects come forward, going forward.
Thank you. No other questions by the board? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
We got a motion by Mr. Paul, second by Mr. Chan. Discussion on the motion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nays? The ayes have it. The item carries. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
The last item under action is item L7, delegate authority to superintendent or designee to enter into contracts for pre-construction management services for Justin Garza High School Aquatic Center and athletic fields. Mr. McLean.
Thank you. So as the board knows, the athletic fields and the aquatic center at Justin Garza High School have been designed and have gone into DSA. The aquatic center has come out. We're currently in a back check process with DSA and expect those plans to be done within the next 4 to 6 weeks and approved. And at that time, we would start the process to bid on the aquatic center. The athletic fields is right behind that. And so because of the time frame of our goal to complete this project as on an expedited basis to get these facilities ready for student use, and because of the time between the board meetings in July, we are recommending to delegate authority at this time to the superintendent or designee to enter into a contract, and we specify we're talking about pre-construction management services. So the firms that we were talking about a minute ago, they work on the front end pre-construction to do things like develop they work closely with the architect to help develop the plans for bidding. We looked at constructability to make sure that the plans are efficient and going to save money where we can. Value engineering, again, trying to keep our budget tight on the projects. They come and work together closely with our team as well as the design team to create a successful project. So the recommendation for this instance is to, because of the timeliness of getting these projects completed and staying on our schedule, is to provide some direction to allow us to engage in negotiations and to contract for these pre-construction services to keep the job moving, and then we would bring that back to the board as a contract for ratification.
Any questions from the board or statement, Ms. Creel?
So what's the timeline for this project, that there's an urgency for the board to approve via ratification versus the first round? I guess I just want to fully understand, and I'm still a little confused between approval for pre-construction, but then any of the contracts to actually perform the work is not what is being requested now.
So the work on the front end is the pre-construction prior to the construction phase of the project once the contractors are actually out there doing work. If you recall, we met with the board back in early February with facilities and with our architect, John Smith from PBK, to talk about the projects, and our goal is to have these facilities ready for the following school year, so a year from August. So that's the timeline that we're working towards and doing everything we can to stay within that timeline. So if we delay, what will happen is the plans will come out of DSA. There could be a gap of time there before we are able to get a firm started and get the bidding process going, and we could lose some significant time there and delay our completion date.
So if the board hadn't voted, I don't remember if we voted or just provided consensus for proceeding with the construction management framework, how would we be handling the situation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
So if the board hadn't approved or provided direction to proceed with a construction management, the word is escaping me, but process or delivery method, thank you. How would we be proceeding with this project in order to maintain timeliness? What it comes down to is, while I trust management, I'm always administrators, and I trust our superintendent, I'm always worried about relinquishing the authority that we have as a board, that we've been elected to do the responsibilities that we have. So I want to fully understand, I understand and see the need to complete the project timely, but I guess I'm just curious how we would be accomplishing that same goal if we hadn't approved a construction management delivery method.
Well, and again, going back to that discussion we had in April, we had a discussion about the type of delivery method, and we talked about Justin Garza's phase 2, which included these fields and the pool. And so at that time, that was the direction that we received. So we proceeded with that RFQ. The Ed Code provides an ability for the board to delegate that authority, and this is an example of that. And other districts will use this from time to time to continue to move forward on the projects without delay, subject to ratification of the contract by the board at the next meeting. So that's what we're attempting to do.
10 o'clock. Can I add a?
It's approaching 10 o'clock. Is there a motion to extend the board meeting
So
past 10
moved.
o'clock? I have a motion by Ms. Creel. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Chan. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. What was you're up, Ms. Davis.
Okay, you're going to correct me because I'm not as well versed, but I feel like I want to take a chance at your question. So as I'm understanding our work, we have a goal to have these projects done and ready for next school year. The reason we had the conversation earlier about delivery method was to find the mechanism that was both efficient and handled funds very well. To do that, this is a different way than waiting to do a lease-leaseback contract or some other multi-prime contract after DSA is approved, and allows us to get work started so that as soon as it goes to DSA, we're ready to go to bid. So had we not agreed in construction management, we wouldn't be in the position to be able to get the pre-work going, and we would wait until DSA finished, which is end of July, and then when those plans were finished, then we would have to build out the bid, which we still have to do at the end of July. The difference is we chose a method this round to get somebody in on the front end to work in advance with the architect to make sure we don't repeat some of the same errors that we had when we went to bid before it had come out of DSA. So what we're trying to do is line up, let's get someone in place through a process of interview, put somebody in place to work with the architect this coming month while DSA is finishing the work, so that as soon as it's cleared, we are poised and ready to go to bid. And if we didn't have this as a conversation earlier this year when you granted that delivery method as an option, we would just be waiting right now and waiting for DSA approval, and then that would trigger our next step to go out and start seeking. I hope that helps, and correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that was a great summary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Paul. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Brooks. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. The item passes. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Moving on to information items. First item under information is M1, receive information regarding purchase of pools for Justin Garza High School. Mr. McLean.
Thank you. So this item is an information item, and this attached is a quote from Mirtha Pools, who we have been talking with and working with the architect to develop our project here with the pool. So as you recall, there's in the design that we showed the board earlier in the year, back in February, we'll have a swimming pool and a diving pool, along with the buildings that go with that as part of the overall project. And so at this time, we would like to start the process to make the purchase of the pool and get it under fabrication. This pool has to be constructed, and that takes some time as well. And in terms, again, with our schedule of completion for this, we want to get that process started. So there is a piggyback contract with Wiseburn Unified School District, which is down in El Segundo, that is available to us. And the advantage here is this piggyback contract actually dates back to 2019. So we're getting 2019 pricing. They have not increased the price on the pools, even though they have the ability to do that under their contract. And so we are receiving a price now at this time for the pools. The pools would be payable from the Measure D bond funds that were passed by our voters recently. And I did want to mention too, tonight we have with us a representative from Mirtha Pools, who's been very patiently here at the meeting with us to be available if you have any questions for him. But that's David Dumey, and he's a representative with Mirtha Pools. He's also a retired deputy superintendent from a district in Orange County, so he has some experience on the school district side as well. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or statements from the board? Mr. Paul.
Thank you, President Solis. Mr. McLean, I used to, I had the opportunity to be on a board for a swim club that was associated with the school. The swim club's no longer here, but I imagine with the facilities that we're proposing and the growth that we see, you know, there might be another opportunity for that down the road. During that process, we identified several issues with the design of the pool here on this campus. One of those, the major design flaw, was that there was no method for cooling the water. And what that meant was that when we had high-profile events, and at a swim meet like that a club is sponsoring, anyone from anywhere in the nation can come and swim and get a qualifying time for Olympics or whatever. We came within literally a degree of not being able to have the event. So we devised some pretty kind of an ingenious. We had some engineers on the board as well. And we devised some ingenious ways for bringing down the pool temp, but it could have been overcome by thinking ahead, like some other schools have done in our area who don't have that issue. The other issue that we had was the decking, which ultimately got fixed, but it was a big cost item. Resurfacing, and I understand that goes away with a prefab pool for the most part, if I understand correctly. I just want to know if that's been addressed or contemplated. Thank you.
Yes, so in reference to the temperature in the pool and things like that, you're right, there are various very exact specifications that are required to use it as a championship pool and to qualify for certain things. So they take that into account. Murtha is a manufacturer who has done a lot of the Olympic pools, and they have done, I was talking with our representative, over 30 in California. I know they have quite a few that are coming up this year as well, in addition to ours. There is a Murtha pool down at Reedley High School, and so they are here in the Valley. They built one in Bakersfield about 2 years ago next to Independence High School. So they are really becoming known in the Valley for quality pools, and so they have a lot of experience with those issues. In relation to the moderating of the temperature, there's in the design that was submitted to DSA, there is a system in place there to cool the temperatures of the pool to stay within those ranges of acceptable temperatures.
That's a good thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and place this item on consent unless I hear an objection. Consent it is.
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is M2, receive information on expanded learning opportunities programs. Mr. Garrett.
Good evening, President Solis, members of the board, and Superintendent Davis. Tonight, I'm bringing forward for information items in support of our expanded learning opportunity programs. The first is the Central Unified District Plan. This outlines how we are allocating our LOP funding that we have received. This plan is a living document and must have board approval in order for us to spend the approximately $4 million allocated to us for expanded learning programs up to 9 hours per day. The second is the contract to expand our extended learning programs. This is in addition to the program funding that we receive through ACES and 21st Century grants. The goal of this contract includes the elimination of wait lists and expanding the opportunity for TK and kindergarten students to have access to our programs. Documentation is attached, and administration is recommending this item be placed on the July 26th agenda for action so that we can have our after-school programs ready for our students to begin the new school year with the new start and end times, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or statement by the board? Ms. Creel.
I just want to confirm that I read the attached correctly. This would provide expanded learning opportunities for all of our current campuses.
I'm sorry, for all of whom?
all of our campuses, all of our schools?
Yes, excluding class, online homeschool, and our continuation campuses.
Okay.
All the other comprehensive sites are included, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Chan?
Mr. Garrett, could you provide a little bit of sort of information? So I appreciate that we're expanding the opportunities. That's definitely a complaint I've heard from parents before in terms of like who would get access, who would not. I did want to, I don't know if they want to be publicly addressed, but a student in our foster youth program reached out to me to talk about sort of how the timing of placements did not allow him to take take advantage of some of the expanded learning opportunities previously. And so I'd like to know sort of how this would rectify some of those things. And if you could go a little bit more into sort of, obviously this contract is with our County Office of Education. What are, if you could talk a little bit more specificities in terms of what are the exact programs that they're actually offering?
So the expanded learning programs provide that opportunity for students to extend their school day outside of the regular bell schedule. In the past, due to just the number of staff that are on site, we were limited or are limited based on teacher-student ratios. So with the expansion of the funding, we're able to expand the staffing, which would then increase the opportunities for more students to participate. It also provides the opportunity for the expanded learning programs, which are at no cost to families, to participate and to make sure that that's happening at all of our sites. In terms of your question about a student who maybe joins a site later in the year and there was a wait list already accrued, the goal of utilizing these funds to address that is just that we wouldn't have extensive wait lists and that those opportunities would be more readily available for our students at any point in the year based on staffing ratios.
Can I also add one other thing that I think was a common issue that our community has shared, and that is with our ACES and 21st Century Grant, there's very specific criteria about how long in the day you must stay and that you must be there every day. And for some students, they're looking for a more flexible plan, or their parents are. You know, they want something that's available and enriching and can help with homework till 4, but they don't want to keep them there until 6, and they want to do it on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The expanding learning funds are intending to marry with the more restrictive 5-day-a-week, 6 p.m., and allow for people to pick a more flexible option.
Go ahead, Mr. Chen.
Also, Mr. Garrett, or anyone from administration, so I have had certain parents kind of question a little bit sort of sometimes the quality of the programs. You know, obviously people can have different perspectives. I want to get a little bit of a better idea in terms of how we as a district sort of evaluate the specific array that's offered by the County Office of Education. And, you know, I know different school districts do it more in-house, and some obviously absolutely work with their County Office of Education. You have a kind of different relationships depending on the specific school district. I think Fresno County, most of the school districts have tended to work with the Office of Education, the County Office of Education, while other school districts do not do that at all. What are the pros and cons? When did we go, to the best of your ability, when do we go to such a model? And sort of, what are our own sort of quality checks in contracting it out in this particular manner?
I mean, I don't recall the exact date that the partnership with the after-school programs with Fresno County Superintendent of Schools started. There has been Campus Connection and after-school programs in existence for a number of years. We do, with all of those programs, review annually all components of them. There is consistent communication between the site leads and staff and site leadership. Different activities that are taking place, enrichment activities, exposure to different, I mean, they do all great stuff. From my experience being at a site and working with a site lead, they do a lot of great academic reinforcement and opportunities for support, arts, exposure to different enrichment, STEM activities, outdoor activities. So there's a lot of components to it with any program. I mean, those components are always reviewed. I know the staff does go through professional development training as well to continue to build their capacity and what types of activities can be offered, and develop really great relationships also with the families of the students that participate. So in terms of past programs have been successful and the students have enjoyed being in them.
And my last question, Mr. Garrett. Would there be a desire, at least from the administration, to be able to individually contract with vendors? Obviously, for the to do something of this size, right? The proposals for a $2 million plus contract. Obviously, it's much easier in some ways to have a third party sort of vet it. Obviously, we're paying attention. But I still want to pose the question: what would it look like should we actually want to have a little bit more control as a district itself?
I mean, we'd have to explore what those opportunities would look like, and we could, bring what some of those options could look like in the future for consideration and recommendation. And at this point in time, really, it would just be exploring what those options are, how we can apply the funding, what we could, who could we partner with. At this time, that's been our current model. And so in preparation for the school year, the focus has been on expanding that opportunity going into August. But again, with the program review from year to year, there's always those opportunities to look and see what other options could be available in the future.
Any other questions by the board? Ms. Creel?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Trustee Chan's question. So would it be feasible to conduct that type of analysis now, or is this an item that is time sensitive, and so it would be better fit for there to be consensus from the board to direct administration to explore additional options for the next consideration for the next academic year, I suppose?
Sure. Administration would recommend that we move forward with this contract and this plan going into the 22-23 school year. There is that time sensitivity for staffing and different aspects of the program to be in place when students start school in August. Moving forward, if it's the wishes of the board for us to explore other opportunities and venues for partnerships for the future, then administration would do that.
Then I would request, if there's no objection from the board, that administration explore some of these third-party vendor options when the item returns, and if they determine that it's not the most feasible or effective use of our money or services providing to our students, that they be prepared to provide that information when presented to the board.
And in addition to that point, if I could ask, again, appreciating the time sensitivity, would just be to understand even this particular contract a little bit better, because in some ways, similar to our construction projects, we have an idea for the GC, but I would like to see the nuts and bolts of some of who are there subcontracting a little bit more as well.
Ms. Davis, can you have that information?
Can I get clarification? So it's coming back next meeting for action so we can open up the school year. And you are wanting us to pursue vendors between now and then that might add in? Or do we have time to, as we begin the program, look to, because we're not spending all of the ELO funds, but look to add in, if schools identify other services, partnerships with additional vendors? That's what I think I need a little clarity on what's needed before it's determined in July.
So I don't know if Trustee Correa, you want to go first? I can provide the clarification I was asking for.
No, go ahead. I was just trying to make sense of your...
So I want to honor the timeline that Mr. Garrett has set forth. First and foremost, I want to make sure the students have this, beginning and at the beginning of the school year. I think I'd just like additional information in terms of in this current proposal, who are we potentially subcontracting with, and at which sites, and then a little bit about the particular program as well, and then sort of moving forward. And I know we're not expending all of our funds, so that there may be additional periods where if other things may also fit. But for this, I'm just looking for a little bit kind of to have a kind of greater clarity in terms of essentially what we're paying for and where. And then, we can look in the future if this is a model we desire to keep or alter.
Sure, we can gather that information for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis, did you get clarity on that?
I did. That's perfect. I just want to make sure we meet the objective.
All righty. Are there any more questions or statements? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and place this item on action for our next agenda. Thank you very much. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is M3, receive information on student wellness contracts for 2022-2023. Mr. Garrett.
Good evening again. Bringing tonight 2 annual contracts that are renewals. Both contracts play a pivotal role in providing student support. ACES provides applied behavior analysis certified staff in support of our students in crisis that need immediate intensive support, training, and support in their classrooms so that they can continue to receive instruction and so their teachers can also receive in-classroom guidance for reducing specific disruptive behaviors. And Goodfellows, which provides occupational therapy support required within students' individualized education plans. Documentation is attached, and administration is recommending this item be placed on the July 26th agenda for action, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any statements or questions from the board? Ms. Creel.
Are we expanding our services under these contracts? So are we providing more than we did last year?
No, at this time, we're planning to move forward with the same amount of support.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I just wanted to clarify.
Mr. Chan.
Would it be possible, Mr. Garrett, to, or administration at large, to get some details about the effectiveness, the number of engagement, in order just to have more clarity in terms of what in this previous year we received from these 2 contracts, so we can have a better idea if we're maintaining, if there's a desire to expand or contract, but to actually get some more information about what was the engagement, what were the outcomes, and what was the number of interventions with our students.
I know with the behavior support, last year approximately 40 students were supported throughout the course of the school year within that in-classroom support and for varying times. We can look into success of those interactions and the types of behavior improvements or that we saw over the course of the year. In regards to Goodfellows, supported, I want to say approximately 245. Double check, I had it in my head, 240 approximately students who require OT services based on what's outlined in their IEP. And that's a variety of types of occupational therapy supports and the things that they'll work on a particular student with based on their identified goals.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, if we could get that before the next meeting, just as much quantifiable or qualitative data. Obviously, I'm not interested in any of the student names or anything, any sensitive information of that like.
We can do that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none. Who? Oh, Ms. Creel?
Sorry, thank you. I guess my question is whether we've evaluated if there is a need to further expand and provide additional services through the ACES contract. So I understand our Goodfellows occupational therapy is probably determined by our IEP driven, right? So as far as ACES, and I think, well, let me back up. Do we have any process in place to determine whether there is a need to expand that contract any further, or why is it that not being recommended at this time?
Well, in terms of the staffing to support students would be based on that student need. We would look at our most recent data from this school year. There is a process for identification of that behavior support, different tiers of support that have been implemented through our MTSS system that would get us to a point where then we would bring in this additional layer. In terms of expanding beyond the number of staff that we contracted with last year, that's really student number supported, I guess would be the way to say that. As opposed to just contracting for a number of staff and not necessarily having the number of students identified prior to that staff coming on board.
We also added, in looking at that, we started the year thinking we needed about half of the 300,000, but we did a not to exceed, and we found that we used close to that, and so that's where we got to starting the year. We also recognize we're adding intervention counselors to every school, so every school campus will have 2.5 days. So our Tier 2 is looking different next year. So before we added more Tier 3 services, we wanted to make use of the services closer to the normal routines and start with that. So I think the team has to take a close look at what the needs are of the students when they return next school year. This is based on what we knew by spring of this school year.
Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the board? Do you want this as action? So you
Action,
can,
please.
Action? All right. So we're going to have it come back as action.
Thank you.
Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is M4, receive information regarding local indicators included on California dashboard. Mrs. Grigsby.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Good evening, board members, President Solis and Superintendent Davis. Attached to the board agenda, you'll find the summary for the Central Unified's local indicators for the 2022-23 school year. California's Accountability and Continuous Improvement System, also known as the dashboard, provides information about how districts and schools are meeting the needs of California's diverse student population. The indicators noted on the summary attached to your board agenda will appear on the 2022 fall dashboard. This item is for information only, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions or statements from the board? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ms. Lopez, can you call the next item?
Next item on the agenda is M5, receive information regarding change order number 25 for Justin Garza High School. Mr. McLean.
Thank you. So this is change order 25 in the amount of $89,874. This puts us at change orders to date, 2.47% of the total project. We have a remaining contingency balance after this change order of about a little over $2 million. And we are 99% complete. As you know, the gym is nearing completion, and we are on track to meet our completion date that we talked with the board about several months ago. So asking that this item be placed on the July 26th agenda for action, and be happy to answer any questions.
Questions or statements from the board? Mr. Paul.
Thank you, President Solis. Mr. McLean, we've had a lot of activity on this, and glad to see it's almost done. I'm just wondering, we seem to have gone through about half of our contingency. Is that about right?
Yeah, it was a 5% contingency. That's
so
right.
Are we through the bigger items? Should we expect to see something significant coming?
Yeah, we talk every week with the contractor. There are a couple of smaller items, but yeah, we're trying to wrap these up as quickly as possible, and there's really not much left.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Creel.
Can you remind us of the anticipated completion date again, or the expected completion date?
Yes, July 9th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Paul, go ahead. Okay. I'll go ahead and place this on consent. With that, we'll move on to item N, advanced planning. Ms. Davis, do you have anything on that?
The new board 12-month calendar is attached. I'd like to make two quick notes. The reserve date of July 12th will not be exercised. We will not have a meeting scheduled on the 12th. And the board workshop, based on your availability, is not July 19th. That will be next Tuesday night, July 5th at 6 p.m. A calendar invite was out. That is for us to do the goal setting.
Thank you. Moving on to O, additional information and closing comments. Ms. Davis, do you have any comments? No. Other board members, any comments? Ms. Creel.
So we adjourned Our first action item related to the renaming of Polk Elementary. And I just want to request that when the item returns, I would really appreciate having an opportunity to provide the community to provide names other than James K. Polk in consideration for the board's selection of the new name for that elementary school. No other comments.
Is that the consensus of the board? Yes? You got it, ma'am. I have a few comments. I want to thank Mr. McLean and also facilities. I saw photographs in the weekly report of the gym at Garza. It looks beautiful. I think it's something the community can be proud of. And I'm sure once we get the pool done, it's going to be the same thing. Oh, as well as, I don't know if everyone saw them, the mats on the tennis courts, on the fence. They look beautiful as well. All right, thank you. Our next meeting is going to be on July 26th. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Got a motion by Ms. Creel. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Chan. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All abstains, objections, nays. The ayes have it. Thank you.